members come in from these doors?
Yes.
They do. Okay. Thanks.
Right into my. Somebody just came by and was talking about you guys. I had your boss stop by. It was TLC. Oh. Yeah. They emailed Abby. They were like trying to do this and I don't know. So I don't know why. So yeah, maybe we can. Oh.
Good. Scott said no. Yes, we've done investments to date, so why do we need investments?
Oh, on
Yeah.
A long one. Yeah, it's going to be an all day.
I'll get some backup then.
Yeah, possibly votes tomorrow morning. It's
Okay.
going to be tedious.
Yeah. Julian is pretty nice.
Can you switch this chair out? I would do it, but
Do you want just like one of the normal chairs?
yeah, I think one of those, or just like even my cooking chair. Baby can I appreciate it.
Quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Let me first acknowledging, first of all, it's Brian Mass' birthday. Happy birthday. And we could sing the Boehner song, I don't know, if you want to. This is your birthday song. It doesn't last too long. Hey, and I also want to extend my condolences. I know that everyone on this committee, your father's passing recently. And I know he's very proud and lived to see the day when his son became a member of Congress. And also a proud veteran of South Korea, like my father as well. Anyway, we love you, man. I do want to acknowledge that the lead staffer on the Development Finance Corporation, Jimmy Walsh, is not here today because his fiance is in the ICU in a coma. And it's unfortunate that he can't see his bill hopefully pass out of this committee. And he spent a good 2 years to work on the reauthorization. So with that, committee's meeting today for consideration of H.R. 8926, DFC Modernization and Reauthorization Act of 2024, H.R. 8345, No Official Palestine Entry Act, H.R. Res. 1323, rejecting the United Nations decision to place the Israel Defense Force on a list of child rights abusers, H.R. 7914, accountability for terrorist perpetrators of October 7th Act, H.R. 8232, to authorize the Secretary of State to withdraw from the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East federal funds previously made available, H.R. 7151, the Export Control Enforcement and Enhancement Act, H.R. 8924, Protecting American Innovation and Development Act, H.R. 8892, the Missile Technology Controls Revision Act, H.R. 8936, Rohingya Genocide Accountability and Protection Act, H.Res. 837, reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines, H.R. 8566, mobilizing and enhancing Georgia's options for building accountability, resilience, and independence Act, H.Res. 554, affirming the nature and importance of the support of the United States for the religious and ethnic minority survivors of genocide in Iraq, the H.R. 1425, the No WHO Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act, H.J. Res. 164, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Department of Commerce related to revision of firearms license requirements, H.Res. 1328, recognizing the actions of the Rapid Support Forces and allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan against non-Arab ethnic communities as acts of genocide, H.R. 7025, United States Commission on International Religious Freedom Reauthorization Act, H.R. 8934, the Sanctions See Pirates Act, and H.R. 3042, the Millennium Challenge Corporation Candidate Country Reform Act. So 18 bills. Who says this committee doesn't get anything done? In fact, proud to announce that this committee has been the most productive committee of this Congress and has passed more bills out of committee and on the floor and into law than any other committee in the Congress. And I want to thank Mr. Meeks for his cooperation and being a good ally working together on many of these bills. So pursuant to the House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures. Without objection, so ordered. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled and he may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up and recognizing the ranking member.
That's just your opening.
Okay, pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8926, the DFC Modernization and Reauthorization Act 2024. Bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8926, to modify and reauthorize the better utilization of investments leading to Development Act of 2018.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself in support of this bill. We are in a great power competition. America's soft power is key to fostering democracy and freedom while also preventing the spread of authoritarianism around the globe. A key component of our diplomatic efforts is to establish partnerships and work with countries around the globe to support development. That is why the DFC was actually established. I'm proud to have been a strong supporter of the BUILD Act. Mr. Yoho was here previously. He was the author of that act. It established the DFC, and it was designed primarily to counter China. The Development Finance Corporation is a critical component in countering the malign intentions of other countries to exploit developing nations, especially the Chinese Communist Party. China's Belt and Road Initiative is a tool of economic coercion, employing debt trap diplomacy to ensure nations place them under the CCP's influence. This bill modernizes the DFC and maintains its development mandate. But most importantly, it strengthens the DFC's ability to further our national security interests by allowing it to provide a better alternative to Russian projects and China's Belt and Road Initiative. Legislation also enacts an equity fix that adjusts how the DFC investments are accounted for. This change will bring equity in line with Congress's original intent, allowing the DFC to fully unleash its equity investment tool. This will make the taxpayers' money go further, as it allows the DFC to make more investments with the same amount of appropriated money. Legislation also expands country eligibility to allow DFC to invest in an additional 34 countries. It also creates a waiver for the DFC to work in high-income areas and countries. It allows the DFC to work in countries where China has already been active and to establish projects in those countries that advance our economic and national security interests. I'm pleased that this is a bipartisan bill. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for his efforts to work with me to modernize the DFC, to make it more competitive and effective around the globe, because when I go to Africa primarily or in Latin America, we say, why are you doing business with China? And the answer is because you're not here. The United States is not there. This bill will allow the United States to be there and to compete more effectively. And with that, I now recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am proud to have introduced this legislation with you, Mr. Chairman, to reauthorize the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation for the next 7 years. The DFC has been one of our most important development innovations of the last decade, representing a concerted effort by Congress and the executive branch to promote and catalyze inclusive and sustainable economic growth around the world and in areas where it is most urgently needed. This is an investment. It is not a handout. This bill makes important modifications that will maximize the impact of DFC financing. Chief among those changes is the inclusion of a full equity fix that allows our cost calculations made on a net present value basis, which will allow the DFC to make more equity investments in projects to help get them off the ground. This fix will catalyze private sector investment while also recognizing that equity stakes are expected to return money to the United States Treasury. I want to acknowledge the work of Mr. Castro for leading efforts to address the equity issue across multiple Congresses. This committee has been strong and consistent in our support for the expansion of DFC equity investments. The bill also updates country eligibility definitions to increase the number of countries that will be able to receive DFC funding without a waiver. And of critical importance for me and other members of this committee, the reauthorization for the first time allows certain countries with strong development needs that have been shut out of DFC financing to access it through a waiver process, and this also will help us be present and to compete with China. For example, we know that small Caribbean island countries have been among the first to experience acute challenges associated with climate change. Just look at the rapid destruction from Hurricane Beryl as one example. Climate change requires these countries to adapt and build resilient infrastructure that will keep their citizens safe and prosperous. But because many of them have small populations and a few very wealthy residents, their gross national incomes are distorted, making access to DFC financing out of reach. The adjustments in this bill allow these countries to be considered for DFC funding as long as projects meet certain conditions, including maintaining a strong focus on development impact. This will change people's lives for the better. And we have an opportunity today to set that change in motion. The bill also increases DFC's maximum contingency liability from $60 billion to $120 billion, which will allow DFC to continue to take on new projects for years to come. This is a reflection of the importance of DFC's work to catalyze private sector investment to achieve sustainable development and economic growth. I want to thank the stakeholders from the administration as well as from the advocacy community and think tanks who have helped shape this bipartisan reauthorization. Their work to identify areas for improvement and ways to ensure protection of DFC's core development mandate have made this a better process. And finally, again, I want to thank Chairman McCall and his staff for working with us on this bill, and I will, of course, urge all of my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I am proud to co-sponsor H.R. 8926 and support this legislation. The message is clear each time I visit the Indo-Pacific that our allies are waiting for us to show up, including through deeper economic engagements. When we don't show up, our adversaries do. CCP is funding critical infrastructure projects and signing security pacts across the region. Yet, the U.S. remains the economic and security partner of choice. But without greater U.S. support, the region could be forced to accept further aid and investment from the CCP. And it's no secret that the fiscal environment is getting more difficult for the United States. And I'm deeply concerned about our national debt and budget deficit. Given this environment, I believe it is important that we get creative with how we think about development assistance. That's why I'm a big proponent of public-private collaboration, and I'm looking for ways to incorporate more private sector initiatives into our development policy. We need to incorporate more private sector initiatives into our development policy, and agencies like the Development Finance Corporation are key to attracting more private sector investment into development countries. This bill reauthorizes the DFC for another 7 years and is an upgraded version that will provide the DFC the tools to achieve the development impact and expand to additional countries. With that, I strongly support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak on H.R. 8926, the bill to reauthorize the U.S. Development Finance Corporation for a period of 7 years and institute many much-needed reforms. And thank you and the ranking member and all others for their work on this. The DFC became our nation's newest international development agency after it was created through the BUILD Act in 2018. The BUILD Act recognized that many of the development challenges the world faces require the private sector to play a decisive role in alignment with United States international development priorities. In addition to reauthorizing the agency for a period of 7 years, this bill has important provisions that are much needed. I am particularly supportive of the language in Section 301 of this bill that requires equity investments by the DFC to be scored on a net present value basis. The DFC's equity authority has been hindered for years because of how it's treated for budgetary purposes. I've worked for years to fix this issue, and I'm glad to see this language in the DFC's reauthorization that we're considering today. While this legislation is comprehensive, there are additional measures that I believe merit inclusion in the package, including provisions to strengthen the DFC's development impact and its mobilization of private capital that I'll offer today. I also believe that the Congress must provide the DFC's Office of the Inspector General with law enforcement authorities. The BUILD Act created a new Office of the Inspector General for the DFC, but it did not provide that new office with law enforcement authorities as most inspectors general have. The lack of this law enforcement authority has seriously and materially hindered the DFC Inspector General's ability to conduct robust oversight over the agency. The legislation to provide this authority is, unfortunately, not in the jurisdiction of this committee, and so I understand why it wasn't included in this piece of legislation. But I hope that as a Congress, we can work together to provide the DFC's Office of the Inspector General with this law enforcement authority. With that, I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Barr is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a proud co-sponsor and strongly support H.R. 8926, DFC Modernization and Reauthorization Act of 2024. Since its creation in the BUILD Act of 2018, the Development Finance Corporation has been a critical tool to advance American foreign policy while also returning taxpayer funding to the Treasury. In a time of increased scrutiny of how U.S. funding is used abroad, the DFC is a unique tool that utilizes the market interests of the private sector to meet development and strategic needs. Over the past 6 years, we have taken note of ways to make this tool more competitive and effective. The bill before us today equips the DFC with critical capabilities to be able to keep the United States as a partner of choice in international financing and development. I'm proud that this legislation includes a change to the way DFC scores investments. Fixing the equity scoring issue allows the investment structure used in the private sector, allowing the DFC to make investments go farther and increase its presence abroad. One of our greatest soft power tools abroad should not be hampered by an antiquated accounting system. Additionally, this bill opens up opportunities for the U.S. to compete with China's Belt and Road investments in countries that are technically classified as high income by the World Bank. Thanks to changes in the chairman's bill, a strategically important country like Panama is now eligible for the high-income country waiver. I traveled to Panama, Mr. Chairman, and I saw that this is a strategic country where China has major investments on both sides of the canal, a strategically critical canal for the United States and the West. And DFC is not allowed to go in and compete with Belt and Road in a technically high-income country. But as we all know, Panama has an impoverished population as well. There's no reason from a development standpoint, there's no reason from a strategic standpoint that DFC should be arbitrarily excluded from making investments in Panama and displacing China Belt and Road. So this bill fixes that and stipulates that these waivers are to be focused on projects that directly counter foreign countries of concern, such as China's many investments around the Panama Canal. The Development Finance Corporation is unique in the way that it pulls in the private sector to support commercially viable projects while also advancing U.S. foreign policy goals. This is not a blank check from the American people, but a way that the United States is leveraging our unmatched capital markets and trusted relationships with allies to offer a real alternative to China's debt trap diplomacy. Our ace in the hole in the strategic competition with the People's Republic of China is that China is a communist country. They misallocate capital. That's what communists do. We are capitalists. And with the Development Finance Corporation harnessing the power of American capital markets, we will win the competition with China. I'm grateful to the chairman and the ranking member for bringing this important bipartisan measure before the committee today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Great example about the Panama Canal. Thank you for that. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 91.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. In the table of contents, strike Section 302.
Without objection,
termination.
further reading of the amendments dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. As I stated in my comments on the underlying legislation, I appreciate the thoughtful bipartisan work that has gone into this bill and believe that we have produced one of the most important bills of this Congress when it comes to American leadership around the world. This amendment is a mix of clarifying and technical fixes that are nonetheless important. For instance, one of the clarifying changes makes sure that the DFC will read the statute such that more countries are eligible for DFC financing, including all the frontline Baltic states that are represented in Washington, D.C. this week for NATO's 75th anniversary summit. This amendment further strengthens an already strong product, and I look forward to its passage. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I support this amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks, number 91. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Stanton is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 62.
Castro. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona. Page 11, line 3.
Without
strike
objection,
interest.
further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Ranking Member, and your great bipartisanship in leading on this very, very important bill. I'm proud to introduce Amendment 62, which directs the Vice President for Foreign Affairs at the DFC to identify ways to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, including by considering ways to build upon U.S. domestic investments in critical and emerging technologies. Last Congress, we made historic investments in semiconductor manufacturing in the United States via the CHIPS and Science Act in order to protect our national security and grow good, stable jobs in the United States. That's only part of the puzzle. We need to build upon this domestic investment through our foreign policy efforts. We are already doing so. So we've worked with partners, the Netherlands, Japan, South Korea, to implement multilateral export controls on semiconductor technology going into the PRC. And we're working with Mexico to teach the semiconductor workforce of the future. But there is need and opportunity to do more. We need to build out the upstream and downstream parts of the semiconductor supply chain, namely critical mineral mining and processing and assembly and testing. There are many countries hungry to get in the game. Using DFC is a smart way to help get them in. In the Western Hemisphere, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, Chile, and Mexico have large deposits of critical minerals and could move up the value chain by not only mining but processing those minerals. And Mexico, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic are interested in assembly and testing. Growth in these countries would fulfill DFC's mission of advancing our national security by building more secure, emerging technology supply chains. Growth in those countries would fulfill DFC's mission of promoting development by delivering jobs that lift up communities, encourage people to stay in their home countries, jobs that are all the more stable and financially sound because of how they would contribute to trade and investment in the United States, because of how they would integrate with our investments here at home. The DFC reauthorization before us gives DFC more flexibility to invest. We should make those foreign investments go that much further by trying to build off our investments we've already made at home. But given my understanding of the chairman's position, I'm going to withdraw this amendment at this time, but look forward to working with the chair and ranking member moving forward on this policy proposal.
I thank the gentleman for his withdrawing the amendment and pledge to work with him, on that policy. Any further amendments? Mr. Stanton is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 63.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona. Page 2, line 3, insert an M dash after should.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. Excuse me, gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to introduce Amendment 63, which underscores that DFC should respond to current topics of national and economic and foreign policy concern, including nearshoring, semiconductor supply chains, and critical mineral activity. DFC was created in part to counter the People's Republic of China's Belt and Road Initiative. As you know, as we will talk about during other bills considered in this markup, we are competing with the PRC on critical and emerging technologies, including and especially semiconductors. Last Congress, we did make historic investments in semiconductor manufacturing here in the United States via the CHIPS and Science Act. But manufacturing semiconductors is only one piece of the supply chain puzzle. We also need to think holistically about both the upstream and downstream parts of our supply chain, the critical mineral processing on the upstream and assembling and testing on the downstream. Using the DFC to invest in such projects is a smart use of our resources, because nearshoring and building out the semiconductor supply chain helps us to counter the PRC, to shore up our national security by securing supply chains, to further our national economic interests by complementing the CHIPS Act, and to advance our foreign policy interests and development goals by incentivizing the creation of stable, robust jobs in areas that need it. The DFC is a powerful tool of American diplomacy. We should yield that power to respond to the most pressing national, economic, and foreign policy issues. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I support Mr. Stanton's amendment, which emphasizes the interconnection between development and national security. DFC can and should take on projects across a number of key sectors. This amendment highlights the importance of working with partners in our region to strengthen economic cooperation and integration, especially on critical supply chain issues that affect us all. This is important work, and I look forward to seeing more of it as DFC expands its portfolio over time. I support this amendment, ask others to join, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud the gentleman for this amendment. I think it does the right thing to get the organization focused. It is important that DFC accomplishes its actual mission, and this is really the kind of thing that's core to countering China's influence with Belt and Road Initiative. As we'll see in coming amendments that I'm offering, they're focused on all kinds of other things that are counterproductive and alienating their influence elsewhere. But this is a great amendment, and I support it and hope everyone else does. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Let me say I also support this amendment. Adds a sense of Congress on semiconductor supply chains and critical mineral security. DFC plays a crucial role, and as the author of the CHIPS bill, at the urging of Secretary Pompeo, fully support the intent behind this also, because having recently visited Taiwan and TSMC, 90% of the advanced semiconductor manufacturing is on that island. And if China does invade, it would send the entire world into an economic shutdown. So With that, I support it. Any further discussion? There being none, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Stanton. Number 63, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment is simple. It would prohibit the Development Finance Corporation from conducting DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion activities. Again, DFC is more focused
If
on
the
pushing.
gentleman will pause, the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
159? Which one?
DEI is 159, right?
Yeah.
And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926 offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Page 17, after line 15, insert the following and confirm.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispense with. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment's very straightforward. It would prohibit the Development Finance Corporation from conducting DEI activities. DFC is unfortunately overly focused on pushing a radical progressive agenda than they are on following the congressional intent of the BUILD Act, which was clear in its purpose, which is to advance the foreign policy interests of the United States. There was no statutory requirement for DEI, yet on its own authority, DFC created the Division of Diversity and Inclusion Officer, required their workforce to take DEI training, invested in gender equity projects, spent $5 million for small business lending in Honduras to support gender equity and inclusion, $15 million for a social development fund whose programming focuses on equity, $5 million to a company to provide gender assistance. I don't know how many gender fluidity issues they have in Africa. $5 million for technical assistance to increase the number of DFC's gender investments and enable existing DFC clients to improve gender equity. $150 million for loans in India to address the economic gender gap. $15.5 million for the expansion of lending programs in El Salvador to support DEI at small businesses. Look, less development countries are typically more conservative and traditional in their values, so the DEI activities this administration is forcing on these allies are ruining our relationships with them. And this is compatible with what the administration chose to do when they appointed ambassadors who are purposely focused on very hostile confrontations with the cultural values. Maybe no place more emblematic of that than in Guatemala, where the Secretary of State's literally trying to remove the party in power and any remnant of that with the current Attorney General. They're actually coercing members of the Guatemalan legislature by limiting their visas, the visas of their family members, and threatening to revoke the student visas of Americans in the United States to study here. So obviously that alienates allies, people that we want to have good relationships with and need to, particularly here in our own hemisphere. And when you look at the purpose of DFC and the urgency of countering the China Belt and Road Initiative, why would we continue to allow this administration to go unchecked with a very abusive approach? So I think this amendment makes the bill a better bill, and I would encourage everyone to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly oppose this amendment because it's not only 100% wrong on policy, it is also a poison pill that would jeopardize the entire DFC reauthorization. Programs that provide diversity equity are central to our foreign assistance and provide tremendous benefits to the workplace and our foreign policy outcomes. An essential part of advancing our development goals is working with other governments to harness the diversity in their societies and use that to create more inclusive and equitable governance. This builds stability in other countries in the long run, which is ultimately key to our own national security. The connection is clear as day. Congress has worked with DFC in a bipartisan fashion since it was created. And we should not jeopardize that strong partnership now with a partisan battle. The DFC's work is far too important, and this amendment is wrongheaded. It's not right. It amounts to nothing more than an attempt to block reauthorization of the DFC, and thereby I urge my colleagues to reject it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Let me say, first of all, I really sympathize with the intent behind this amendment. I've been very critical of the DFC prioritizing DEI and green energy, putting the administration's social values over what may be the values of, say, Africans, and also green energy. And I know that'll be the gentleman's next amendment. The issue is that it's not defined, doesn't exist in the statute, DEI, and it's not defined in this amendment. But I pledge to you, sir, that I have held these projects in the past. We have our oversight capabilities, and I've held these projects and will continue to do so. The only one that has gone forward was one related to women's initiative that was championed by Ivanka Trump and supported by her father. And that helps women take on leadership roles in financial services around the world. But with respect to this amendment and your next amendment, I pledge to work with you to make sure that we hold that. And I know with respect to the green energy, my argument on that is the same. I believe in the all-the-above energy approach. And I'll just, in advance, give you my counter to your second amendment. To completely take out all green energy projects would go against our all-the-above energy policies. In addition, China has made great strides in green energy technology, and we would fail to be competitive in that arena as well. So I, with some reluctance, oppose, but well-intentioned, this amendment and your next one. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson, number 159. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, could I ask for a recorded vote on this amendment?
Roll call vote has been requested, and pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 161, climate.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Add at the end the following new section.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate your comments on the previous amendment on this one. And, frankly, it's the same kind of thing. The Republicans are offering kind of scalpel approaches, and the Democrats' response, as Mr. Meeks responded, is, well, it's all or nothing. I mean, if we put this in here, well, then we clearly don't want the Development Finance Corporation to exist. No, I'm fine with the thing existing. I supported an amendment to make it more focused. But, when you've got ambassadors and tools like the DFC more focused on Pride Month than on conflict minerals and critical minerals, and how many solar panels or electric vehicles a country has, how many charging stations they have in a foreign country, when with $7.5 billion, they've built, what, 2 or 3 in America with these green energy funds here. It's turning into a slush fund to advance policy. We all know it, And when Republicans have a chance to advance Republican legislation with a Republican majority with a scalpel, not taking out the whole thing, but just making it more focused and effective, things that we should all agree on. We don't want to fund the things we don't agree on. Let's fund the things we do agree on, because we agree on a lot here. But it's like, no, we can't have that. We can't change it. We can't make it more focused. The four corners don't agree. That's why nothing ever changes. It's always the same play over and over again. Surrender now with a hollow promise to fight later. It's really disappointing. So that's why the place never changes. Under the Biden administration, tax dollars have been used to push radical left climate agenda, Green New Deal programming in America and abroad. And when you look at these projects, $10 million for a company in Kenya to develop electric motorcycles and buses, $10 million for a company in India to manage batteries for their electric vehicles, $300 million for an expansion of a lending program in Vietnam for climate-linked small business loans, $5 million for an America electric vehicles in Nepal, $60 million in El Salvador for their climate finance portfolio, another $10 million in India, which is turning into a fairly wealthy country for climate adaptation, things. The list goes on, and we have a $1.9 trillion budget. I mean, how is this countering the Belt and Road Initiative? It is squandering the wealth of our country. It is bankrupting our country, not just financially, but morally. You know, the BUILD Act, which authorized DFC, is extremely clear in its purpose. And if the DFC is not going to follow congressional intent and advance foreign policy interests of our country, then it shouldn't receive a single cent of federal funding to do the things that are against that programming. And the climate agenda applied by the Biden administration is radically different than the consensus on climate. It's not like Republicans don't push anything that is conservation oriented, that we don't care about the climate or environment anywhere else in the world, but we don't push the Green New Deal radical agenda that frankly builds China's green energy sector, builds China's monopoly on rare earth minerals, and harms America's energy sector. It's at odds with our interest, and we shouldn't be funding things with a program that's supposed to advance our interests that are working against ours. I urge all of our colleagues to support this amendment, and I plead with the chairman to reconsider. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to this amendment. Part of the goals of the DFC is to try and make us competitive with other competitive nations in the world, like China, like Russia. Make sure we're stopping any dependence and exploration of energy needs from countries like Iran. And this amendment would take away that advantage. If we want countries to move away from dependence on fossil fuels, oil, and gas from countries like Russia or Iran, if we want to compete with new technologies with countries like China, we better put ourselves in this field. To take ourselves away from this field and exclude it is to defeat the very purpose of what the DFC is trying to do. Bring countries forward, raise their economies, move them away from dependence on Russian fuel or dependence on Iranian fuel. So this is counterproductive to not only the intent of the DFC, but it's also contradicts the U.S. policy as a whole, a policy we should all agree with. So I'm very strong in my opposition of this, and I hope it does not pass.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I also oppose this amendment. Prohibiting funds for solar and wind energy projects, for example, makes little sense to me, especially when we're talking about mobilizing private capital to build sustainable development and economic growth in countries that are already rely on these technologies. DFC works closely with the private sector, and they develop projects based in large part on where the private sector wants to go. And guess what? The private sector is incredibly interested in building out renewable energy projects because this sector has tremendous growth and profit potential. The authorization legislation for DFC does not specify the type of energy projects the DFC should or shouldn't do, and we should remain consistent in that approach here. Further, I'd like to point out that a significant part of the DFC's existing portfolio is in renewable energy. And these are exactly the types of projects where the United States should be involved so we can provide a viable alternative to financing from who? The PRC. In reality, cutting off all funding for renewables would compromise the national security efforts I know our friends on the other side of the aisle also care so deeply about. So I believe this is a harmful amendment, and therefore I oppose it, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Let me say I again, sympathize with the intent behind this amendment, and in many respects I agree with the gentleman from Ohio. But to zero out all green energy, again, would go against the policy of all of the above, which we often talk about. Secondly, it would gravely concern, it would jeopardize the reauthorization that we're trying to achieve here today. I would emphasize again our oversight ability and ability to hold these programs and projects. And that has been my practice since I have become the chairman of this committee. Now, this green energy is not found anywhere in the statute itself. It's just a matter of practice that this administration engages in that we can prevent through our process of holding things. And I would say to the gentleman, again, I agree with the spirit of this. The best way to change this would be to have a new administration. The best way to change this practice would be to have a new administration in power. So with that, I do oppose this, and there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson, number 162. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
Chairman,
amendment
I
is not
ask
agreed
for a
to.
roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. The DFC is first, or I'm sorry, I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 134.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. Strike Section 2 and insert the following. It is in the sense of Congress that the United States International Development Finance Corporation should seek to responsibly increase its risk tolerance.
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The DFC is tasked with international development, and I've continually raised the need to defend that development mandate. My amendment reinforces the DFC's development mandate and also includes provisions to highlight the DFC's need to mobilize private capital. Specifically, this amendment would reinforce the need for the DFC to responsibly increase its risk tolerance and mobilize private capital, require the DFC to structure its projects in upper middle income and high income countries in such a way to maximize private capital mobilization, strengthen the standards that need to be met for the DFC to work in high-income countries, establish a new vice president for development policy within the regular reporting structure of the DFC to complement the vice president for foreign policy established by the underlying legislation, and significantly increase the DFC's transparency when it comes to private capital mobilization and development impact. I've raised concerns in the past that efforts to allow the DFC to work in high-income countries and to more directly prioritize foreign policy priorities could be detrimental to its international development priorities. H.R. 8926 does include language allowing the DFC to work in high-income countries and establishes a vice president for foreign policy, which is why I believe this amendment, which would strengthen the DFC's development mandate and its need to prioritize private capital mobilization, is necessary, and I urge my colleagues to support the measure Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to support this amendment, and I want to thank Ranking Member Castro for offering it. The amendment will strengthen DFC's development focus and ability to mobilize private capital, both of which are essential for DFC's operations. It will also ensure greater transparency. This amendment makes clear that the DFC should use all the tools at the corporation's disposal to responsibly increase risk appetite, including partial guarantees, first loss coverage, and blended finance. Increasing use of these authorities will help to expand the number of DFC projects and amplify the agency's impact. The amendment also includes language that will strengthen the certification process for funding to high-income countries and will further emphasize the importance of maximizing investments from the private sector. The amendment makes a key structural improvement also by codifying the position of Vice President for Development Policy. This will elevate the Chief Development Officer within DFC structure and better integrate development policies throughout the agency's work. Finally, this amendment adds reporting requirements that will make more information available on DFC's investments. With the modifications we are making to country eligibility to improve access to DFC financing, it will be essential that we understand how much DFC support is going to countries in each eligibility category. That information will help both the DFC and us in the United States Congress boost investment impact in the long term. And I thank again Chairman McCall and the majority for working with us on these improvements. And I urge colleagues to support this amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Let me say I support this amendment. It ensures that the DFC is properly mobilizing private capital. It's especially important in the upper, middle, and high-income countries that the DFC invests to ensure that private capital mobilization is maximized. It also simplifies the operational structure of the DFC by renaming the Chief Development Officer as the Vice President for Development Policy. And overall, it advances development in our national security goals. So with that, I support it. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 134. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 100.
Mr. King is recognized. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. All right. Tell me more on this. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8926, offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for holding this markup today and for your work on H.R. 8926 to reauthorize the Development Finance Corporation for 7 years. This is a timely and important bill, and I strongly support it. As we face many challenges in the world today, the Development Finance Corporation is a vital tool for the United States to provide effective financing to nations across the energy, health, critical infrastructure, telecommunication sectors, among many more. Since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, DFC has worked diligently in Ukraine, providing financing to more than 12,000 micro-enterprises, as well as loans to major banks and businesses. Having met with DFC CEO Scott Nathan earlier this year, I have no doubt that DFC's work is critical to Ukraine's war effort and to the European continent's security and stability. Further efforts to support DFC's work in Europe In 2019, I co-led the European Energy Security and Diversification Act, which enabled DFC to work on energy projects in Europe. I'm grateful this reauthorization provides for greater authorities for many European countries across all sectors, not just energy. However, it's important that we continue to state resolutely that DFC's work must counter the political influence of Russia and China, as well as promote the energy security and national security of European countries through energy, telecommunications, and other infrastructure projects. As the U.S. hosts the NATO summit this week, we must be clear-eyed that we're here, stronger, together, as partners, against the malign actors who seek to divide us wherever weaknesses presents itself. As Ben Franklin said, we must all hang together, or most assuredly, we'll all hang separately. Therefore, this amendment reassures European partners and clarifies that DFC's work across all sectors in Europe will further U.S. national security and further the transatlantic partnership. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to take a moment and speak briefly in strong support of the Megabara Act introduced by my friend Joe Wilson, which incorporates aspects of my bill, H.R. 8845, which was also introduced by Senator Shaheen in the Senate. The bipartisan Megabara Act, which I co-sponsored, makes clear that the Georgian Dream leadership and their team makes clear to them that the actions they have taken recently will not go without response. At the same time, the Georgian people have been resolute in their support for Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration for almost 30 years. The U.S. has been supportive in these efforts. I strongly support this measure and appreciate the committee considering it for markup today. I want to thank you all, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment. As many of our allies gather in our nation's capital to celebrate the 75th anniversary of NATO and plan for its future in the years ahead, it is crucial that we promote economic growth in strategic sectors for our NATO allies that may not have the financing capabilities of some of the wealthier NATO countries. We want our NATO allies not only to spend on defense, and I'll note that under the Biden administration's leadership, we have gone from 9 countries contributing 2% to 23. We also want to use safe telecommunication systems. We have energy resources from reliable partners and cyber capabilities from trusted companies. The statement of policy emphasizes such important goals, and I firmly support the amendment of Mr. Keating, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no, let me say first, I support this amendment. Just as the DFC is labeled as a counter-China initiative, it's also a counter-Russia initiative, so I appreciate the gentleman bringing this forward. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 8345, the No Official Palestine Entry Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8345, to limit funds to the United Nations and other organizations that provide any status, rights, or privileges beyond observer status to the Palestine Liberation Organizations and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Baird is recognized.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for today's consideration of H.R. 8345, and for also serving as a co-lead on this important piece of legislation. I also want to thank my other members who have joined as co-sponsors. This bipartisan bill, H.R. 8345, the No Official Palestinian Entry Act, updates existing U.S. funding prohibitions to include any UN organization that gives any status, right, or privilege beyond observer status to the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Liberation Organization. These entities have continued to commit egregious acts of terrorism and human rights atrocities. Current U.S. law prohibits U.S. funding to any UN organizations that give the P.L.O. full membership or standing as a member state. As the conflict in the Middle East continues, the United States must stand with our ally Israel against the PA's attempts to weaponize international organizations. However, on May the 10th of 24, the United Nations General Assembly intentionally voted to bypass the United States law and give the Palestinian Authority and Palestinian Liberalization Organization enhanced status. Although the term enhanced status does not guarantee full membership status, it would still give the P.L.O. numerous rights and privileges that have previously been given to full status members. Unfortunately, this vote passed even with the United States voting against it. It is deeply shameful that the United Nations continues to enable the PA's attempts to manipulate the system for its own gain. The recent action at the UN General Assembly is just the latest example of how the UN has chosen to turn its back on human rights and our domestic allies in favor of terrorism. This necessary bill would close loopholes and ensure that the American taxpayer dollars are not funneled through UN entities that are enabling abuses by the PA. I urge all of my colleagues on the committee to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, over the nearly 3 decades that I have been in the United States Congress, I've traveled throughout Israel and Palestinian territories, in addition to the Levant region at large. I have met with thousands of constituents, activists, clergy, Israelis, and Palestinians who are all impacted by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in different ways and invested in solving it. And I am convinced by these many experiences that the only way to achieve a lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians is to secure a negotiated two-state solution in which a Jewish state of Israel lives side by side with an independent and viable Palestinian state. I don't believe such peace can be lasting unless security for both parties is assured. And there are leaders and populations on both sides ready to compromise and put the conflict behind them. And I don't think real and lasting peace can be forced on either side. Only face-to-face negotiations, which cover final status issues such as Jerusalem, water, borders, settlements, and security, can assure a sustainable peace. This is why for years, Congress on a bipartisan basis has worked to convince the UN not to recognize Palestine as an independent state outside of direct peace negotiations. The bill before us seeks to clarify current foreign assistance laws to make clear that any attempt by the P.L.O. to move beyond observer status within the UN system will put U.S. support for that agency in jeopardy. However, the bill as currently drafted could have extraordinarily negative consequences for the United States beyond the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The State Department has indicated that if this bill were to become law, it could immediately trigger a potential cutoff of funding to the United Nations based not only on the UN General Assembly resolution on Palestinian status adopted in May, but possibly even the Observer State resolution from 2012. The current draft of this bill could gut U.S. leadership at the UN following a U.S. defunding, including possibly even causing the United States to lose our ability to vote in the General Assembly within a year. The United States stepping back from its UN obligations could threaten the institution's ability to function writ large, impacting a host of issues that are critical to the United States' interests and ceding even more ground to our adversaries. There's also concern that were this language to become law, it would make it significantly more difficult for UN agencies to provide some lesser status to the Palestinians short of membership as a state, which various agencies have done since long before the May 2024 UN UNRWA resolution, and which has been considered useful and acceptable by the Oslo Accords as a means to avoid the P.L.O. obtaining the status of a member state within these organizations. So I want to see Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace. I do not want to see our committee's actions result in a defunding of the United Nations simply because the Palestinians have been afforded symbolic privileges shy of statehood at the UN. And I want to send a strong message that unilateral actions by any party, Israel, the P.L.O., or the United Nations, that do not bring the parties together and closer to the vision of the Oslo Accords are not going to secure a viable peace. But this bill is not the way to do that in a responsible manner, in my humble opinion. Unilateral declaration of Palestinian states outside of negotiations just won't work, and I don't believe this bill will either. And therefore, I oppose this passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Masters is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Baird for his work on this legislation, and I'd like to yield him the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I would like to take issue with the comments that were just made by the ranking member. You know, Congress passed multiple laws over 30 years ago to use the power of the purse to prevent the Palestinians from circumventing a real peace process with Israel. In that same vein, the rights and privileges of the UNGA, General Assembly, has extended the PA excessive amounts of privileges, and that example would be the right to be seated among member states in alphabetical order. And seating for the Holy See should be arranged immediately after member states and before the other observers when it participates as a non-member state observer. The allocation of 6 seats in the General Assembly Hall. So I don't feel like that we are setting a precedent or that we are preventing the U.S. from having leadership in the United Nations with this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Phillips is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I admire my friend and colleague, Mr. Baird, but I also oppose this measure. I too believe that existing U.S. law is quite clear and that the Palestinian Liberation Organization should not gain standing as a member state right now. And while the bill initially looks like a mere clarification of language, in reality, I believe it would have far-reaching impacts and not only damage U.S. leadership in the United Nations, but also extends beyond the P.L.O. to possibly include the Holy See and even perhaps the European Union. I also believe in a two-state solution that would see a Palestinian state living side by side in mutual peace and security with the state of Israel. However, this will only come through a negotiated peace process between Israelis and Palestinians, not unilateral action at the United Nations. Until new leadership emerges, and I'll say it again, until new leadership emerges to take on the mantle of peace and coexistence, I will stand by United States existing law. Moving forward with this legislation, in my estimation, will further restrict current law and undoubtedly hurt U.S. leadership, also have wide-ranging consequences, and in my estimation, is unnecessary. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I have concerns about the impact of H.R. 8345, I welcome the discussion and debate on the bill the No Official Palestine Entry Act, introduced by our colleague, Representative Jim Baird, because of the importance of the underlying issue. I want to be very clear, I am a proud, lifelong supporter of a negotiated two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That is the only solution that protects Israel's long-term future as both a Jewish and a democratic state, while also meeting the aspirations of the Palestinian people. However, that outcome can only come as a result of direct negotiations between the two parties and can never be imposed by an international organization such as the United Nations. Time and again, we have seen the Palestinians attempt to make an end run around the peace process by seeking unilateral recognition by the international community. Unfortunately, these efforts have been encouraged or supported by certain UN member states, bodies, and the General Assembly, which in May voted to upgrade the Palestinians' status at the UN. One-sided UN resolutions do not advance peace. They single out one side of the conflict for blame while encouraging the other side to reject direct negotiations in favor of a unilateral strategy. It also removes any sense of agency or responsibility from one side. It removes the incentive to work assiduously toward peace, and it rewards one side for its refusal to make tough compromises and acknowledge that the Jewish people have a right to live in peace in their ancestral homeland. We must oppose unilateral efforts from either side that attempt to determine the status outside of the context of direct negotiations. That is the only way to achieve a lasting agreement with two states for two people living side by side in peace and security. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to rise in opposition to this bill, which would seriously undermine the United States leadership on the world stage, cut off U.S. assistance to the United Nations, and seriously target U.S. allies and partners, including, as Congressman Phillips mentioned, the European Union and the Catholic Church's mission to the United Nations, the Holy See. Under existing law, the United States cannot fund a UN agency that admits the state of Palestine or other entities that are not commonly regarded as a state, as a full member state of that body. The bill was drafted in part in response to the May 10th resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly that granted the state of Palestine certain rights and privileges that go beyond that of an ordinary observer state at the United Nations. This includes, among others, the right to speak on issues not directly related to Palestine, the right to make statements on behalf of a group, the right to submit proposals and amendments, the right to co-sponsor proposals and amendments, and the right to participate in UN conferences. And this resolution was adopted by a vote at the UN of 145 to 9. Close United States allies, including France, Portugal, Spain, Poland, Norway, Denmark, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand voted for the resolution. These enhanced rights and privileges will go into effect in September. So if H.R. 8345 is enacted, the conditions in the bill would be immediately triggered, requiring the United States to end all assistance to the United Nations, including its life-saving work. A vote for this bill is a vote to defund the United Nations. There are other entities that enjoy such enhanced rights and privileges at the United Nations, either at the General Assembly or in one of the many UN agencies. That includes, for example, the European Union and the representatives of the Catholic Church at the United Nations, the Holy See. So I have serious concerns that this legislation, if enacted, would result in the end to all U.S. support to UN entities that provide enhanced rights and privileges to the EU and the Holy See, and may also result in the UN revoking those rights and privileges to the EU and the Holy See. So I'm a strong supporter of ties between our country and both the European Union and the Holy See, and I oppose this legislation that would undermine those ties. And I urge my colleagues to support the United Nations and a vote against defunding it by voting for this legislation. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8345 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A
As for roll call vote.
roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 1323, rejecting the United Nations decision to place the Israel Defense Force on a list of child rights abusers. The resolution was circulated in advance. Clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 1323, rejecting the United Nations decision to place the Israel Defense Force on a list of child rights abusers, whereas over 1,200 innocent people in Israel were murdered by Hamas and other terrorists on...
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burchett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all including this resolution in the markup today. My resolution is very clear. It rejects the idea that the Israeli Defense Force is a child rights abuser. Last month, the United Nations Secretary General annual report on children in armed conflict included the Israel Defense Force on a list of groups that committed violations against children. The report listed the Israel Defense Force alongside terror groups like ISIS, the Taliban, and Boko Haram. This ridiculously misguided decision follows a pattern of anti-Semitism and anti-Israel actions by the United Nations. Israel has demonstrated that it takes serious measures to mitigate civilian harm. It is Hamas who purposely put civilians in harm's way. The United Nations should focus its efforts on Hamas and releasing the kidnapped Israelis they still have. I'd also like to thank my good friend, Congressman Jared Moskowitz and his staff for helping me draft this resolution. I also like to thank Representative Mike Lawler and Josh Gottenheimer for being original co-sponsors of this resolution. I ask for your support on this.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
The UN Secretary General's annual Children in Armed Conflict report reviews and makes important findings impacting children's rights around the globe. And the report's included global list of states or militias who are child rights violators is important for identifying and ending impunity for such abuses. But in the case of the most recent report, which lists child rights violators, Israel has no place on this list. Unfortunately, this is yet another example of the well-documented anti-Israel bias at the UN. Unlike other countries listed in this year's annex, the report itself notes the good faith effort that Israel is making to address the UN's concerns, including engaging with UN Secretariat special representatives to develop an action plan to address the report's findings. In contrast with some of the other states and entities on the list, including Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the State Department has noted that Israel is working with the UN to address the serious issues outlined in the report. At the same time, we also need to recognize the killing of children is unacceptable whenever and wherever it happens, including in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. We don't help our friends by hiding findings or deflecting concerns. Since the October 7th attack on Israel and Israel's subsequent war against Hamas in Gaza, the conflict in Gaza has exacted an intolerable toll, especially for children. They must all be counted. Killing children and other innocent civilians is a gruesome and horrific part of Hamas and other terrorist groups' strategy in the operations against Israel, and it cannot be part of a successful response to that terrorism. For that reason, we must continue to work with Israel to ensure that it takes every precaution to prevent children in Gaza from being harmed in this conflict. The Biden-Harris administration has made this clear to Israel, and I have made this clear during my conversations with Israeli officials. However, putting Israel on par with the likes of the Taliban, Hamas, Yemen, and Russia is simply wrong to do, and it undercuts the responsible approach with which Israel is responding to the UN's concerning findings. And in light of this, I support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to speak in support of HRES 1323, Representative Burchett's bipartisan resolution rejecting the UN's recent decision to include the IDF on a list with some of the world's worst child rights abusers. Mr. Chairman, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists attacked Israel in the most gruesome and horrific manner, killing 1,200 innocent civilians, including many babies and children, and taking 250 people hostage. In the aftermath of this sickening attack, Israel has the right and the obligation to defend itself and its citizens and deter and defeat Hamas, which we know has vowed to repeat October 7th again and again. That is why it is so deeply disappointing to see that in June, the Secretary General's annual report on children and armed conflict placed our democratic ally, Israel, which was attacked in such a barbaric manner, on a list alongside some of the world's worst child rights abusers, including Yemen, the DRC, Mali, and Myanmar. What more evidence do we need of the UN's outrageous bias against Israel? This decision says it all. It's important that Israel take steps to protect innocent civilians and to mitigate harm. However, the UN's misguided step establishes a false equivalency between Israel, which has actually cooperated with UN officials to address concerns, and the terrorist group Hamas, which uses women and children as human shields and targets Israeli children. Mr. Chairman, I support this resolution, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in the fight to reject the bias, double standards, and a disproportionate focus on Israel at the UN as it exercises its right to defend itself. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady yields. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in enthusiastic support for this resolution. It is a resolution, however. My question is, where is the red line? When will this body, where is the red line where this body will start to take action with the power of the purse against the organization that does such a thing? When will we take action? Where is the red line that America will no longer allow the UN to do this without consequences? This is not the first, nor will it be the last time that the UN has done something this horrific. When will we take action? That is my question, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion. No, Mr. Castro is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I'm going to present the counter argument here, and I have to disagree with this resolution, which undermines the United Nations. And bear in mind that this report has come out for about the last 25 years and has been welcomed and heralded by both Republican and Democratic administrations. And, you know, the resolution in front of us downplays the devastating harm to women and children from the ongoing conflict in Gaza and condemns a factual United Nations report that our country has relied on for years to document harms to children. Again, we have celebrated this report over the years. Since 1999, the United Nations has released an annual report on the risks that children face in armed conflict. The United States has long supported this report and has consistently praised it for the spotlight it places on the harms visited upon the world's children. The 2024 report lists, quote, Israeli armed and security forces, among many others, state actors and non-state actors, on the list of parties that violate the rights of children during the ongoing conflict, in this case, during the ongoing conflict in Gaza. The report is fact-based and includes significant documentation to substantiate this designation. In other words, this was a very thorough, vetted process. Unlike in front of us today, I mean, we're considering a resolution. We haven't done any of the work or any of the investigation to support the resolution in front of us, which is trying to negate something that was well documented, well investigated, and has been praised by both Republican and Democratic administrations over the years. Rather than pushing Israel to take basic steps to protect the safety of children and to continue to engage with the United Nations, this resolution simply seeks to declare an alternate reality without any evidence to rebut the conclusions of the United Nations report. And so, for those reasons, I cannot support the resolution in front of us. We have seen the tragedy of Gaza. We have seen schools, churches, hospitals bombed. We have seen a record number of amputees among the children of Gaza. We have seen outright carnage. And when this report came out, our mission to the United Nations welcomed it. Our mission to the United Nations had input in it. They did the hard work of investigation and vetting and consideration, unlike what we have done in this committee today. And so I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution in front of us. I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report HRS 1323 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The ranking member is registered as an aye. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members across the aisle as well.
Okay. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized making technical conforming changes. Happens to the best of us, you know.
I'm texting.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8232 to authorize the Secretary of State to withdraw from the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East federal funds previously made available to such organization. Bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8232. To authorize the Secretary of State to withdraw from the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East federal
Without objection,
funds.
first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Masters is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talk about clawing back dollars that were sent to UNRWA, I want to give a little bit of a timeline on why this is important to take place. So January 2024, the United States, under the Biden administration, paused funding to UNRWA following reports that there were UNRWA staff that participated in the October 7 massacre that killed over 1,200 innocent people in Israel. There are other estimates that have come out since that. Some of those estimates in the timeline being that an estimated 10% of UNRWA employees are actually operatives for Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade or other terrorist groups operating in Gaza. Other estimates that have come out on that timeline, 50% of them have family ties to these groups. Part of this timeline that goes before January of 24 is that UNRWA was defunded under the Trump administration, and funding was therefore reinstituted under the Biden administration before they came back and cut it off. And while the decision to pause UNRWA, that funding in January was definitely a good step, it did come too late. And this is an important part of that timeline. as I know I'm jumping around in it a little bit. The administration could have announced at any time, really, between October 7 and January, that they wanted to pause the funding for UNRWA, but they did, whether conveniently or not, wait just a couple of days after there was a distribution of about $121 million to UNRWA to announce that they were going to pause funding to them. And this bill is about clawing back any dollars that went to UNRWA. I'm proud to say that this is a bipartisan bill, lead with Representative Gottheimer and other members on this committee that have been a part of this as well, that, as I said, directs the Secretary of State to take the steps to withdraw or recover any federal funds that have been made available to UNRWA. You know, we can keep going on the thread of timeline, and let's bring it right up to this week. Just in the past couple days, there have been raids on UNRWA headquarters in Gaza City by the IDF. Why? Because the UNRWA headquarters in Gaza City has been used as a launching pad for terrorist operations by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, by Hamas, by others. That's just right up into these past couple days. UNRWA continues to be a safe haven for terrorists in Gaza, and it's therefore very important that we not only make sure that there are no funds that go to them, that we claw back any funds that have gone to them in the past, or make every effort to do so. I do suspect that I may hear argument from the other side. I've heard arguments from the other side about taking dollars from UNRWA, and one of the most prominent arguments that I've heard has been to say, listen, we can't defend UNRWA, we can't defend what UNRWA has done and their participation in October 7, their participation of employees that have held hostages, their participation of employees and their family members that have supported building tunnels and transporting weapons. We can't defend any of that, but we have to continue to fund them. That makes absolutely no sense. It's one of the worst arguments that I've ever heard for why we shouldn't retract any dollars that were sent to them, prevent any dollars from being sent to them. If we cannot defend them, then we have absolutely no business funding them and funding them with $1 of every American taxpayer across our country. In that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I strongly support this measure. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly oppose this measure. It's designed to further eliminate UNRWA's already depleted funds, which is critical to its humanitarian response and, in fact, saving lives in Gaza. The State Department, the UN Secretary General, and heads of various UN humanitarian agencies, including the World Food Program, have been very, very clear. There is no replacement of UNRWA at this time. UNRWA continues to lead the humanitarian response in Gaza, where millions of Palestinian lives are in danger and thousands at imminent risk of famine. The fact remains that without UNRWA's staff and logistical support, the humanitarian situation in Gaza will be significantly worse than the horrific conditions that exist today. And that would only further exacerbate the challenges in achieving an end to this conflict. This bill goes further than the existing Republican-led legal prohibition on U.S. funding for UNRWA until March 2025 by requiring the Secretary of State to recover U.S. funds for UNRWA dispersed previously. UNRWA's financial situation is already teetering on the edge of collapse. This bill is the definition of really kicking someone while they are down, in a place where too many people are already hurting and hunger and dying. This is a measure that the State Department did not ask for, and it does nothing to advance U.S. interests in peace and stability and humanitarian aid in Gaza and the broader Middle East region. In fact, this bill undermines our interests, and that is why I oppose this measure and ask all to vote no. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8232. We have seen repeated attempts to block any and all U.S. support for UNRWA, most recently in the FY25 State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill, which restricts any funds from being made available for contributions, grants, or payments to UNRWA. These measures, and this measure in particular, it's unclear in its own wording, this half-a-page bill, whether the Secretary of State is authorized or Secretary of State is required to claw back whatever little funds are left from U.S. support. I was there in Israel 5 weeks after the horrific, grotesque, unimaginable acts of October the 6th. I was there again in February, when we met with UNRWA officials both on the ground in Israel as well as the director of UNRWA, director for Rafah of UNRWA. He spoke of the dire conditions on the ground. He is an American citizen. He is actually an American veteran of more than 2 decades. He spent 6 years in Gaza administering UNRWA support pre-war and came back during this war. They are doing God's work. More than 2 million Gazans have been displaced. The sanitation, almost non-existent. Health support, without UNRWA, almost non-existent. Schools, forget it. They're shut down. The sanitation on the ground, women having babies by cesarean section in tents, without anesthesia sometimes, dead bodies being attacked by dogs. He describes a hellscape of what is going on with too little aid coming in. And so this demonization of UNRWA, who has lost, as of February, had lost more than 157 of its own aid workers, dead, killed in their attempts to bring humanitarian aid to the starving, displaced, multiple times, people of Gaza. They are doing God's work. I don't know how they do it, especially as they describe they don't have the funds. They don't have the trucks coming in. The director, Scott Anderson, I commend him to you, an American military vet putting his life at risk, along with all of those who work with him. He spoke glowingly of those who work with him, who sometimes go home at night and a building that they are in is bombed and their family members killed, and the employee comes back because they believe in the mission of trying to stop some portion of the suffering in Gaza. I met also with Mrs. Cindy McCain. What an extraordinary woman working with the World Food Program. And she and her team described that they work day in, day out, hand in hand with UNRWA to try to do whatever they can to distribute aid that they have, too little that it is, in an ungodly place. But the bill has other problems, because think about it. UNRWA serves many places, including humanitarian assistance to those in need, suffering not just in Gaza, but also the West Bank, also Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. So while it is interesting that everybody would just say UNRWA is some boogeyman, they are the only ones in coordination with World Food Program, but World Food Program says they cannot be replaced if you shut them down. That is really offering help and survival to some in Gaza. I'd also like to say, I wish that the members of this committee would take the time to talk to Mr. Scott Anderson and others from UNRWA. It's one thing that we stopped aid to them, but to now try to claw it back by way of disparaging the entire organization. You know that of the 12 people who were accused of having some connection, accused by Israel, which they have every right and responsibility to do, having some connection to the attack of October the 6th. That investigation, multiple investigations are ongoing. Of the 12, all 12 were fired. 2 were dead at the time. And I think 8 remain under investigation, under the one investigation. We're talking about a handful of people, an organization that serves millions of people. I wish we would stop punishing those who are doing God's work in the most ungodly of places. We need to work together to do our best to create peace and end suffering. And by unfunding UNRWA, you're contributing to the problem. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I recognize myself, and I yield my time to Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there were some statements here that people are going to wish that they could retract. To say that UNRWA is doing God's work is really beyond the pale. I went over a list of things, but let's ask some questions. Is there anybody in here who said, well, there was just 12 people working with UNRWA that were a part of working with Hamas and other terrorist organizations? Would anybody in here want to say it stopped at 12? That's it just stopped at 12, as my colleague, Ms. Dean, just put forward. It was just 12 people. That's all. I see nobody raising their hand to say that it was just 12, not even my colleague, Ms. Dean, who just said so. Because it's not the case. It wasn't just 12 people. They've been teaching Jew hate in UNRWA schools for years upon years. They've been a part of building the tunnels for years upon years. Nobody's speaking out against that. Would anybody say that UNRWA facilities are not used by the terrorists? Is there anybody in here that wants to say that? Nobody that wants to say that. It was said by the chairman, the ranking member Meeks, that there's no replacement for UNRWA. There absolutely is. There are, if you're talking about aid, as far as aid organizations go, there are a great number under the United Nations that work to give aid to Sudan and, take your pick of places across the globe that are not UNRWA. They are part of the United Nations, but it's not UNRWA. It was said by the ranking member that clawing back money from UNRWA is like kicking somebody while they're down. UNRWA is not a one individual somebody. UNRWA is an entity that has been a part of supporting hatred against Jews, against Israel, a part of facilitating the attacks, holding hostages, and as I pointed out in my remarks just a few moments ago, literally their headquarters in Gaza City was just raided because of their participation in housing of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists. But I would ask one further question in my remarks, and I don't know if I'm happy to yield time to Ms. Dean if she'd like to answer this, but do you agree that President Biden made the right decision when he defunded UNRWA, or was that just another moment of cognitive lapse by the president? Happy to yield time.
I'm not interested in your quiz. I really reject this bill. Thank you.
She should be interested in this quiz. Because if you can't answer questions about whether it was just 12 UNRWA or whether it's more systemic like 10, 20, 30%, what their facilities are being used for, where U.S. taxpayer dollars are going to. If a U.S. representative is not interested in a quiz about where U.S. tax dollars are going abroad, I think that really points to a much more systemic issue that's going on here. In that, I thank you, Mr. Self, for yielding me the time, and I yield you back the minute 30 that's remaining.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. McCormick, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to desk number 1696.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8232 offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Page 1, line 4, strike the secretary and insert.
Without
not-
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. I'm glad the committee is bringing this important bill for my colleague, Representative Mast, for markup. For the sake of time, I'll keep this short and sweet. UNRWA represents the worst of the UN. It is duplicative agency hired staff who participated in the October 7th attacks, had Hamas tunnels dug underneath their headquarters, and has promoted anti-Semitic education for years. Most reasonable people on either side of the aisle agree they should not receive U.S. funding, which is why there currently is a prohibition on funding UNRWA until March of 2025, and in my opinion, maybe for the rest of their pitiful existence. This is a great bill that seeks to ensure that U.S. follows through on withdrawals from this corrupt and anti-Semitic organization. My amendment today would simply strengthen the bill by placing a 90-day deadline on the Secretary for withdrawal from UNRWA rather than just giving an arbitrary requirement. This is in line with the spirit and the intention of the underlying bill. I ask for my colleagues' support on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? The ranking member makes.
Yeah, I oppose this amendment for the same reasons that I oppose the underlying bill. It will lead to further misery on Palestinians who are already struggling and further destabilize the broader Middle East region, including among our key allies in the region, such as Jordan and countries already on the brink of conflict like Lebanon. I oppose this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative McCormick, number 196. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8232 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8924, the Protecting American Innovation and Development Act of 2024. This bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8924, to require the Secretary of Commerce to identify and report on foreign adversary entities using intellectual...
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on this bill? Ms. Young is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to also thank Ranking Member Mix for holding today's markup and for considering my bill, H.R. 8924, the Protecting American Innovation and Development Act, or the PAID Act of 2024. I also want to thank Chairman Molinar of the Select Committee on CCP for co-leading this bill with me. The PAID Act requires the Secretary of Commerce to identify and report on all foreign adversary entities, including those affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, who steal American intellectual property and trade secrets of dual-use technology that is important to our national security. According to the FBI, the CCP steals up to $600 billion worth of U.S. intellectual property every year. So protecting U.S. IP should be and is a bipartisan issue. Last year, the Indo-Pacific Subcommittee heard testimony from American business Femtometrics, which makes advanced technology for the semiconductor industry. Their IP was stolen, but the US government has been unable to slow down or punish the CCP company benefiting from stolen IP. We cannot take action to hold foreign adversaries accountable for stealing our IP and trade secrets if we do not know who the bad actors are. The PAID Act creates a transparent process around the IP theft and simply requires the Commerce Secretary to submit to Congress a report on all foreign adversary entities in violation of this bill. This bill provides U.S. small and medium-sized businesses with a voice and harnesses industry to provide the rationale and basis for inclusion on this report. For too long, the CCP has exploited loopholes in our courts, including the International Trade Commission, to steal IP without consequences. The PAID Act is a crucial first step to expose foreign adversary entities stealing US IP of dual-use technology, including hypersonics, advanced computing, and space technology. It's time to hold the CCP and any other foreign adversary companies accountable, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I regretfully must oppose this measure. Intellectual property theft is a serious challenge, but this bill is not an effective way to address it. This bill needs additional vetting and negotiations. This committee has had numerous hearings and briefings with the Bureau of Industry and Security, including a hearing just this spring with the Undersecretary of BIS. At none of these hearings do I recall this particular bill or the mechanism proposed within it being raised. The Department of Commerce opposes H.R. 8924 and does not believe that export controls are an effective way to tackle IP theft and patent infringement. There are substantive problems with this bill. First, despite its focus on export controls and patents, its frequent use of the term license, the bill never clarifies whether the licenses it is referring to are patent licenses or export licenses, making this bill difficult to implement. Second, it calls on the End User Review Committee to solicit and review petitions from U.S. persons regarding potential foreign entities that are using a patent or coveted trade secret without a license. This committee does not have the capacity or expertise to do this work. In fact, forcing the End User Review Committee to take on this role would divert critical resources away from addressing the far more acute national security risk posed by the kinds of entities it generally adds to the entity list. In short, this bill is not an effective means to tackle IP theft. In January 2023, President Biden already signed into law the Protecting American Intellectual Property Act to deter the theft of U.S. intellectual property by non-U.S. actors through sanctions. I was proud to push that bill to the floor in the final days of the 117th Congress and led debate in favor of that legislation. That bill was an important response to intellectual property theft. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about this legislation. Therefore, I must oppose this measure and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Kim, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mix, for raising your concerns. And with respect to the bill not being properly vetted and there is no Commerce TA, I would like to respond and emphasize once again that the PAID Act creates a reporting mechanism that boosts public transparency on foreign adversary entities who illegally acquire U.S. IP or trade secrets or technology that is important to our national security. This bill has also been vetted by the United States Chamber of Commerce and also the Judiciary Committee, and we also incorporated many feedback from each of the tech stakeholders. And we did our due diligence of reaching out to the Commerce Department more than a week ago for their TA. While we have been eager to work in good faith with BIS, they only got back to us less than 24 hours before this markup. Unfortunately, most of their comments were based off the version that did not include the red lines from the Judiciary Committee, which we work in very good faith for that. And regarding your concerns regarding the infringement on U.S. patent system, we cleared this bill with Judiciary Committee's IP subcommittee as well. We also incorporated all of their red lines to ensure this bill does not overlap with existing U.S. patent laws and regulating entities. All this bill does is to protect our U.S. IP from the bad actors. So with that, I hope you will come to terms and support this bill. Thank you very much.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Let me say, before she yield back, I was wondering if Ms. Kim would yield just a second.
Ms. Kim, will you yield time to the ranking member?
I would love to be able to work with you on this bill. I really would. I think that that's why I said I regretfully had to oppose. But in the future, I just could not vote for this now. But I would love to work with this in the future. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mix.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on the bill, does any member wish to offer an amendment? Ms. Kim?
Thank you for recognizing me again. I have an amendment to H.R. 8924, the PAID Act.
The clerk shall distribute the Kim amendment in the nature of a substitute number 70.
Thank you.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8924, offered by Mrs. Kim of California. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you. And I want to thank my colleague, Representative Darrell Issa, and the Judiciary Committee's IP Subcommittee for working with me on this common sense and technical edits to my bill. My amendment to the PAID Act does a couple of things. First, it requires the Commerce Department's End User Review Committee, who is in charge of reviewing and identifying foreign adversary entities who have committed IP theft, to consult other federal agencies and operate in accordance with federal patent and trade secret laws. This will prevent unintentionally creating a new patent or trade secret law and will ensure the End User Review Committee consults IP experts in other federal agencies. It also includes provisions to exclude accidental infringement situations and to make sure we don't apply the law to invalid or unenforceable patents. Additionally, protections are included against patent trolls, and definitions have been tailored to ensure the bill does what it was intended to do, to target malign adversary entities that get away with stealing U.S. IP while providing guardrails for our U.S. companies. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking member is recognized.
Yeah, I have to oppose this ANS as it does not address the concerns that I've raised about the underlying measure. It remains unworkable for me, for the End User Review Committee to take on this. And on export controls, it's not an effective measure to address this problem. And as I said, I'd love to work in the future with Representative Kim. You're back to balance my time.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Kim amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute number 70 offered by Representative Kim. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8924 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8892, Missile Technology Controls Revision Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8892, to modify certain provisions relating to bilateral agreements and AUKUS defense trade cooperation under the Arms Export Control Act and
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Self. The Missile Technology Control Regime, or MTCR, as it's known, is a Cold War-era non-binding political agreement with 35 nations, including Russia, and it was originally designed to curtail the export and the proliferation of ballistic missiles and WMD delivery vehicles. It applies a strong presumption of denial on exports, including UAVs and cruise missiles. This is something that, as a child of the Cold War, was seared into my memory when I was in high school and going into college, and having some of these collapse of the Soviet Union era backstops being put in place. However, technology has advanced, and we have deepened our cooperation and collaboration on advanced technologies with allied nations through partnerships like NATO, the Five Eyes, AUKUS, and the guidelines that MTCR have not evolved to meet current threats. So, for example, the MTCR operates via consensus, and past attempts to reform the export policies have been unsuccessful when countries like Russia have the ability to veto anything it doesn't like. Additionally, the MTCR has no independent means to verify whether member states are adhering to its guidelines, nor a mechanism to penalize states if they violate them. We do have other organizations like the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that has investigative powers at least, and we have none of that in this. The United States has already overcome the presumption of denial with the exports of MQ-9s, Global Hawk, and Tomahawk cruise missiles, each of which was subject to an interagency review process that delayed these decisions. So I was pleased to see the committee pass my bill, the AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act, and its subsequent inclusion into the fiscal year 24 NDAA. However, it's my worry that the MTCR will stand in the way of current collaboration on AUKUS, especially on Pillar 2 issues, the next step. And let's not forget, as we sit here today, Mr. Chairman, both the United Kingdom and Australia are still waiting on their defense trade exemptions. We cannot let this opportunity to enhance collaboration with our allies be stifled by a bureaucratic process littered with red tape. And as such, the United States is ceding its sovereignty and allowing countries like Russia to have influence over how we engage with our allies and partners. That does not advance the national security interests of the United States, in my opinion. The weakness of the MTCR is not only felt by our allies and partners, but it's also felt by U.S. companies losing the competitive edge as strategic partners move away from American products and instead choose foreign competitors. In fact, in April of 2024, a roundtable hosted by this committee, industry leaders there detailed at length the lack of transparency and uncertainty caused by the MTCR in both the defense and in the civil sectors. The amendment in the nature of a substitute of my bill to H.R. 8892, the Missile Technology Controls Revision Act, is a simple and narrowly scoped bill.
or amendment, I should say. It removes the statutory requirement of the MTCR from the Arms Export Control Act, thus allowing for expedited trade with countries the President determines to be eligible for a defense trade exemption. Additionally, the bill requires comprehensive reporting to help calibrate future approaches to the MTCR. The ANS was negotiated in good faith with my Democrat colleagues, and where we incorporated their desire for a reporting requirement to shed light on the delinquencies around licensing times and procedures, which I think, frankly, enhances the underlying bill. And what's more, this exemption language is not new. Nearly a year ago today, 22 of my Democrat colleagues supported the same legal exemption when they supported the ranking member's substitute amendment to both the Koala and the BRITS Act. And I would just rhetorically ask, what has changed in the world since a year ago? So while this administration has left exemptions for our AUKUS partners on the table, Houthis are gaining access to these covered technologies in the Red Sea, indiscriminately attacking more than 60 vessels. China has fielded countless ballistic missiles and drone systems, and Russia and North Korea are proliferating these capabilities in places like Ukraine, where the Defense Intelligence Agency has confirmed the appearance of North Korean missile debris, all of which destabilize national security interests of the United States. It's time to reform our approach to the MTCR and allow for enduring cooperation with allies and partners in the face of aggressive action from our adversaries. I want to clarify one thing that the bill does not do. It does not pull the United States out of the MTCR or from the obligations of global security cooperation. It simply removes policy decisions surrounding the MTCR by allowing the President to have the agency to exempt allies and partners from outdated regulatory burdens. And I believe that this act reflects the current security realities and needs to meet the pace of relevance and flexibility on the global stage, Mr. Chairman. And so I urge support of the ANS, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, I really appreciate the gentleman from Michigan's intent. I think that they are well-intended. But I must oppose this measure due to its detrimental impacts on global nonproliferation efforts and the vital importance of protecting and safeguarding sensitive missile technology and the administration's ongoing diplomatic and defense dialogues, which this legislation undercuts, I believe. The Missile Technology Control Regime, or the MTCR, is a decades-old political agreement among like-minded states in the United States, pioneered along with the G7 in order to limit the proliferation of missiles and sensitive missile technologies. These long-range missiles and rockets are among mankind's most advanced weapons of war and can be employed to deliver the most destructive payloads, including nuclear, chemical, or biological agents. This agreement, the MTCR, was instituted to address and limit the increasing proliferation of these destructive weapons and now comprises over 30 countries committed to these objectives. The MTCR does so by providing a framework for standards and regulations, as well as coordination and control over such transfers and exports, and establishes mutually reinforcing safeguards. This bill will preemptively and prematurely create exemptions from the MTCR for the most sensitive missile systems and related technologies on the planet, and weaken the U.S.'s important structure of defense technology controls enshrined in the Arms Export Control Act. This bill would also open the door for other states to loosen their constraints on such transfers of long-range missiles and rocket systems as well. The administration opposes this bill, as do multiple outside organizations such as the Arms Control Association, the Foreign Policy for America, and others. Supporters on the other side of the aisle may claim such a step is necessary to provide, quote, additional flexibility, unquote, or support to certain NATO or AUKUS partners to develop advanced missiles or drone capabilities. But this is not the case. The administration has stated to relevant congressional committees that it has plenty of discretion in MTCR implementation, and its current MTCR commitments have never impeded the U.S. from meeting security cooperation objectives with NATO, AUKUS, or beyond. All transfer that fall under MTCR category items are evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and there is strong confidence and support among allies and partners for maintaining this important arms control regime. Specific to AUKUS, neither the UK nor Australia are planning comparable preemptive changes to their respective defense controls to allow license-free transfer of the most highly capable and sensitive MTCR items. Any modification is best done jointly with our AUKUS partners and in a thoughtful, coordinated manner. More broadly, unilateral removal of MTCR categories from important defense licensing controls will have a negative impact on the confidence of allies and other nations in our commitment to export controls and multilateral agreements. We are stronger together when we operate multilaterally and coordinate with our allies to uphold important arms control agreements and regimes in the face of those states who wish to destroy such efforts. Therefore, I must oppose this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Kim is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Representative Huizenga. This week, we have 4 Indo-Pacific partners participating in the NATO summit: Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea. The participation of our Indo-Pacific partners demonstrates that the threats we now face can no longer be siloed into regions. Mr. Chairman, we are faced with an unholy alliance. Today, we see this unholy alliance using Ukraine as its battlefield. North Korean missile debris has recently been uncovered in Ukraine. These are said to be KN-2030s or Hwasong missiles, a short-range ballistic missile that Putin is deploying in his terror campaign against innocent Ukrainians. At the same time, North Korean missiles are being battle-tested for potential use by Kim Jong-un against the United States, our treaty allies, our MTCR partners, South Korea, and Japan. Mr. Chairman, the Missile Technology Control Regime does not impose any legally binding obligations on MTCR members. It will never punish Russia for not adhering to its guidelines, nor will Russia be removed from MTCR. I support this amendment because it eliminates an outdated provision in the Arms Export Control Act. What served us in the 1990s on the heels of the collapse of the Soviet Union is now hampering our ability to work with our allies and partners to deter against our adversaries, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Representative Huizenga's ANS and to ensure U.S. policy has the flexibility it needs to address the challenges we're faced with today. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any further
Mr.
discussion?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, will the gentlelady yield for a moment?
Yes, I yield
Okay.
to Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of quick points on this. The MTCR is a non-binding, informal political arrangement between 35 countries. We're not legally bound to follow the MTCR, but we have. That is not actually true with a number of the other signatories to that, including Russia. And as you pointed out, we've seen what has been happening in the Ukrainian conflict. I will also point out that the U.S. has changed its interpretation of the MTCR in the last administration. But wait, before this becomes political somehow, the Obama administration also changed their interpretation of it in 2012. So that was when allowing South Korea to develop longer-range missiles with U.S. technology. So it was good enough for the Obama administration. In 2020, the Trump administration implemented changes to the unmanned aerial systems, the UASs, overcoming that presumption of denial. And by the way, this administration has kept both of those changed interpretations in place. So if it's good enough for the Biden administration to accept those changes from the Obama administration and the Trump administration, I don't understand why we would not have that same eye towards this particular situation. So I will have to admit, I don't understand quite the objection to this from my colleagues and friends on the other side, but or the opposition of this administration. They've accepted changes to the interpretation of the MTCR already under the last two administrations. So with that, I appreciate my friend Ms. Kim, and I yield back the time to her.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Oh, Mr. Meeks, or no, Ms. Wild?
I'd like to yield to my ranking member, Mr. Meeks. Thank you.
Yes, let me just remind my colleague that in December, I know Chairman McCall and I believe over 100 other Republicans voted in favor of FY24 NDAA, which in Section 1343 upheld these very same missile transfer controls which continue in force of law. The bill before us today, H.R. 8892, would both overturn that vote and existing MTCR safeguards and controls. And I yield back to the gentlelady.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Huizenga.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the offering of the ANS is in order, so that would be my offer. That's what I would offering to the committee. Sorry.
So the clerk shall distribute the Huizenga amendment in the nature of a substitute number 101. So it's existing law, and his amendment's a restatement of that. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8892, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in lieu of going back over my comments earlier, I would just simply say that I believe that we are seeing the United States cede our sovereignty and allowing other countries like Russia to influence and affect how we engage with our allies and partners. We know that in the very important legislation that we had before this committee not that long ago regarding the AUKUS submarine transfers, we see that both the United Kingdom and Australia are waiting for their defense trade exemptions, and we cannot let this opportunity to enhance collaboration with our allies be stifled by the red tape. This is about national security, not just for the United States, I would argue, for our interests around the world and those interests of our allies. So, and again, I would just reiterate that this does not remove us from that. My friend and colleague from New York was saying that it has the force of law, yet it is not law. It is interpreted that way, yet both the Obama administration, the Trump administration have recognized exemptions to that, and the Biden administration has accepted those those exemptions and have maintained those exemptions that were put in place. So again, doesn't pull the United States out of the MTCR or from the obligations that we have of global security cooperation, but it does give us the flexibility to make sure that our allies have the weapons and tools and technology that they need. And as my friend from California, Ms. Kim, had highlighted, South Korea and Taiwan and other places are vital to the Indo-Pacific interests that we have. And I would just point out again that we are seeing North Korea technology being deployed in Ukraine, or at least evidence of that, that is there. So we know that there are adherents to the MTCR that are not actually living up to their obligations with that. So we need to make sure that the United States does not handcuff itself that way. So, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Huizenga Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Huizenga. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8892 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed
That
to.
I ask for a roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8936, the Rohingya Genocide Accountability and Protection Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8936, to provide protection, support, and humanitarian assistance to Rohingya refugees and internally displaced people, as well as promote accountability.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this measure, the Rohingya Gap Act, and I'm proud to have introduced it to support a pathway for Rohingya from the genocide and crimes against humanity perpetrated against them. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with me and being the lead Republican on this important bill. After decades of persecution in Burma, the plight of the Rohingya reached new lows over the last 10 years. The Burmese military's attacks against Rohingya forced nearly 100,000 of them to seek refuge to Bangladesh in 2016. In 2017, 9,000 perished, and another 740,000 were forced to flee because of the military's brutality. Thanks to sustained pressures from Congress, in March of 2022, Secretary Blinken determined that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. Since the Holocaust, this was only the 8th time that the United States government made such a determination. Prior to the February 2021 military coup in Burma, over 870,000 Rohingya refugees were in Bangladesh, with nearly 600,000 remaining in Burma. After conducting its illegal coup, the military began yet another campaign of violence against the Rohingya people. The result has been a more protracted tragedy for Rohingya and Burma. Today, there are over 980,000 Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, an increase of over 100,000 in just 3.5 years. And over 148,000 Rohingya remain internally displaced in Burma itself. I was proud to have President Biden sign my Burma Act into law in 2022 to hold the junta accountable for the coup and the ensuing violence. But that bill did not address the escalating crises facing Rohingya today. The bill in front of us acknowledges that we need to tackle the larger Burma crises and the plight of the Rohingya simultaneously. because the reality is that, despite the determination that they have experienced genocide and crimes against humanity, international donor funding to address rising violence and the continued influx of refugees into Bangladesh has decreased over the last 2 years. Facilities and services have been cut, straining the Bangladesh government and host communities. According to the UN Refugee Agency, living conditions in the densely populated camps are dire, particularly for women and children who are vulnerable to violence and exploitation and human trafficking. Last year, due to funding shortfalls, the World Food Program was forced to cut food vouchers for displaced Rohingya to just 27 cents a day. This is a growing crisis that requires the United States to lead. It is our moral responsibility to do more to protect and support Rohingya after they have suffered so much. For this reason, the Rohingya Gap Act calls on the United States government to comprehensively address the crises and support the Rohingya community. To do so, it authorizes the designation of a special coordinator for Rohingya atrocities, prevention, and response to elevate the crises and coordinate Rohingya policy among the interagency. It calls on the State Department and USAID to bolster protection efforts and humanitarian assistance and ensure Rohingya refugees receive rations at a level that meets basic needs. Finally, it promotes receive ration at a level that meets basic needs. Finally, it promotes justice and accountability for atrocities by establishing a new conflict observatory for Burma to monitor and report on the ongoing violence in Burma. And it authorizes $10 million to support atrocity crime investigations, documentation, and casework, as well as transitional justice and accountability mechanisms. The bill showcases that America is serious about its commitment to human rights. This bill builds on the strong bipartisan signal Congress sent with the passage of the Burma Act to demonstrate that we have not forgotten the Rohingya and are committed to help find a sustainable path out of genocide and crimes against humanity. This bill is supported by a number of human rights and Rohingya diaspora groups, including Human Rights Watch, Americans for Rohingya, Refugees International, Global Center for Responsibility to Protect, U.S. Campaigns for Burma, and Women's Peace Network. So therefore, I strongly support this measure and urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? I recognize myself. Yeah, I strongly support this. I'm proud to be the lead co-sponsor on my side of the aisle. 6 years ago, Burma's military launched a genocidal campaign against the Rohingya people, razing villages, raping, torturing, killing thousands of Rohingya men, women, and children. As a result, over 1 million Rohingya have fled across South and Southeast Asia. The February 2021 military coup in Burma only exacerbated the situation, destroying a budding democracy while doubling down on ethnic cleansing. That is why Ranking Member Meeks and I introduced the Burma Act during the previous Congress. It placed sanctions on the Burmese military, authorized humanitarian aid, and pushed for a genocidal determination. In March 2022, after our bill was signed into law, Secretary Blinken determined that the Burmese military had indeed committed genocide and crimes against humanity on the Rohingya people. 3 years later, Burma remains embroiled in a bloody civil war with escalating violence and continued genocide against the Rohingya people. And more than 1 million displaced people over the past 6 months, including over 500,000 Rohingyans. So today I'm proud to lead the Rohingya Gap Act with Ranking Member Meeks. This resolution continues our bipartisan support in addressing the crisis in Burma and the Rohingya genocide. This bill is consistent with the Burma Act and addresses issues that remain over 2 years after its passage. It will provide humanitarian assistance and hold those accountable for crimes against humanity. This bill also authorizes the president to appoint a special coordinator to concentrate all relevant resources in the State Department and USAID to more effectively address this ongoing crisis. So I urge my colleagues to support it and show the world that the United States Congress will not let genocide go unanswered. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Wild is recognized.
Not yet. Sorry. No. Sorry.
Ms. Wild yields back. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Heiseken is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 8936, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Page 21, after line 19, insert the following and redesignate subsequent sections accordingly. Section 12, adherence to American...
Without objection, further reading, the amendment's dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to say a sincere thanks to you and Ranking Member Meeks for bringing this important legislation forward. As co-chair of the first ever Congressional Burma Caucus, these issues are close to home for me and my district in Southwest Michigan, where nearly 5,000 Burmese reside in the Battle Creek and Springfield area. The brutal military junta in Burma is something that needs more attention from the mainstream media. The indiscriminate killing of civilians throughout Burma is horrific, but the arrest, detention, and torture, sexual violence, and murder of the Rohingya is unacceptable and rightly earns the genocide determination by the State Department in 2022. Now, yesterday, Secretary Yellen, our Treasury Secretary, was in front of our Financial Services Committee, which I am also a member of, discussing international situations. She's required to do that once a year and come in and talk about the international sanctions and different things that are happening internationally. And I pushed her on this about a piece of legislation, which I'll get into, but also the current sanctions that are on the Myanmar government, the junta right now, with Mogi, which is their oil and gas company, their central bank, and others. And we're trying to work with this administration to make sure that the sanctions that are in place currently are being fully enforced. That is extremely important. But also, we want to expand and make more robust those current sanctions. So it's my hope that through the Burma Caucus and by offering bipartisan initiatives such as my bill, the Brave Burma Act, which I urge my colleagues to co-sponsor, by the way, as it cuts the military junta off from resources it uses to launch attacks against the Rohingya, Congress can elevate the voices of those who must survive under the brutal military junta in Burma. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simple and in continuance of current law. It clarifies that of all the support and assistance provided pursuant to this bill shall be provided in a manner consistent with the American Service Members Protection Act, the ASPA, and the focus of this bill, 8936, should be on elevating the voices of the Rohingya and ensuring future participation. My amendment refocuses the underlying message of the bill by ensuring legislative clarity and removes attempts to tacitly expand the ASPA beyond its current interpretation. So broadly speaking, under the ASPA, the United States can provide support to, quote, international efforts to bring to justice foreign nationals accused of genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity, close quote. However, using H.R. 8939 as a platform to inject an expansion or reinterpretation of the current law is not what I believe the Rohingya or this issue deserves. So that's why I put that amendment forward. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, preserve the legislative clarity and intent of Congress, and for God's sake, let's help those people in Burma. They need the help. This administration needs to step forward, be strong, make sure that we are cutting off especially the jet fuel and the other avenues of which the junta has been gaining the opportunity to literally wage war and genocide on their own people. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it, and I yield back.
Joe yields back. Let me first say thank you for your all your good work for the people of Burma and on this measure as well. I support this amendment as it simply reaffirms existing law. All funding and activities must be consistent with the American Service Members Protection Act. So with that, I say I support it. Do any other members seek recognition? Ms. Wild is recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment, and I am disappointed that it is being offered despite the bipartisan and collaborative spirit in which we negotiated this bill. After agreeing to not include this language in the bipartisan text, the majority is now trying to add it via amendment. This kind of cynical move undermines the trust in the bipartisan spirit of this committee. I would also note that this amendment is entirely unnecessary because the prohibition is already in the statute. Moreover, my bill does not mention the ICC, so I see this as an attempt to play politics when we're dealing with the serious issue of genocide and crimes against humanity conducted against Rohingya. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being, Mr. Heising is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just note that I didn't once utter ICC. That is not the goal, the intent of this. I'm trying to make sure that we're focused on it. I'm not sure what negotiations were had directly by our colleague who was either sitting in and was a part of this or the ranking member. I was not a part of that. I believe that this is a simple and proper clarification of current law to make sure that we are headed in the right direction for the benefit of the Burmese people who need the help. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I agree. It simply reaffirms existing law. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs in the amendment offered by Representative Heisinger, number 102. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8936 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
May I request a recorded vote?
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7151, the Export Control, Enforcement, and Enhancement Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7151, to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to provide for expedited consideration of proposals for additional to removals from or other modifications with respect to entities on the entity list and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Export Control Enforcement and Enhancement Act. Section 2, expedited.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Wagner Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of the amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Chair recognizes himself. The Chinese Communist Party continues to overwhelm our traditional export enforcement capabilities with dozens of shell companies and subsidiaries subverting our controls. For example, each year China steals upwards of $600 billion worth of American technology through these efforts. This bill and its amendment assist with countering this issue by providing every member of the End User Review Committee with an equal opportunity to propose additions to the entity list. Currently, among the representatives on the ERC are Commerce, State, Defense, and Energy, but Commerce is the only one that can bring these additions to a vote. Expanding this policy will allow the other national security-minded members of the ERC a fair say in these decisions. With that, I yield back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Baer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill and thank Congresswoman Wagner and Chairman McCall for working to make this a bipartisan measure, and it's a good bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Do any members wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7151 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8566, the Mobilizing and Enhancing Georgia's Options for Building Accountability, Resilience, and Independence Act. The bill is circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8566, to require reports and certain actions with respect to the Republic of Georgia.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Wilson Amendment and the nature of substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read, will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
And I offer my amendment's nature of substitute, which includes important provisions from legislation offered by our friends, Senators Jean Shaheen and Jim Risch. I am grateful for their expertise and leadership in support of the free and democratic nation of Georgia. I appreciate the opportunity for us to work together in a bipartisan and bicameral way to meet this critical moment. Republicans and Democrats, House members and senators stand together for the people of Georgia, nation of Georgia. The Georgian people have heroically taken action in defense of their democracy at great risk. It is my honor to work with my colleagues to help safeguard a bright future for the people of the nation of Georgia.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to Mr. Wilson if you weren't finished, sir.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to say I'm in full support of Mr. Wilson's piece of legislation. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I was over questioning Chairman Powell in financial services and dashing as fast as I could to get here.
We tried to slow it down as much as we could.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I am, and with your indulgence, I want to thank you and Chairman Meeks, and would like to speak briefly on my legislation, the Export Control Enforcement and Enhancement Act in markup today. The People's Republic of China is bent on supplanting the U.S. not only as a global engine of innovation, discovery, and advancement, but also as the world's dominant military power. To do so, it seeks to turn our strengths against us, using a mixture of coercion, predation, and outright intellectual property theft to gain an edge. The U.S. export control regime is a key defense against China's subversion of American ingenuity. Equally important, export controls are a powerful tool against adversaries like Iran and Russia, which rely on access to foreign technology to support their violent and destabilizing agendas. Vigilantly updating and enforcing our export controls is more important today than ever. China, Iran, and Russia have formed a new axis of evil to attack our national security interests and help each other circumvent U.S. export controls. They have created a massive procurement network designed to maintain
the flow of controlled Western technologies to dictatorships like Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And China is at the center of this web of evasion. Sensitive American technologies are being used to advance China's hypersonic weapons program. They are found in the spy balloon that China sent over the continental U.S. last year to collect data on our most sensitive military installations, and they are turning up in Iranian drones and Russian military equipment. In short, wherever our national security interests are at greatest risk, whether in the People's Liberation Army laboratories, the military facilities of Iran and its proxies, or the battlefields of Ukraine, our adversaries are exploiting vulnerabilities in our export control regime and using American products to gain a strategic edge. The current export control regime is simply too slow and cumbersome to prevent Chinese and other companies from accessing sensitive technologies that can be used to give our adversaries a military edge. My legislation would give state, defense, and energy greater ability to propose changes to the entity list, a roster of foreign companies and research institutions and individuals who pose a serious national security threat and who are prohibited from purchasing sensitive U.S. products. The Departments of State, Defense, and Energy have deep expertise in the current threat landscape, and we should be using that expertise to make sure the entity list is comprehensive and accurate. And this bill makes sure that their recommendations are acted on rather than languishing in red tape by setting a 30-day clock to address proposed changes. These reforms will make our export control regime agile and airtight, and they will give the United States the tools to fight back when our adversaries try to cheat the system. I want to urge each of my colleagues to support this measure, and I would also like to add my strong support to Mr. Wilson's H.R. 8566 to require reports and certain actions with respect to the Republic of Georgia. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I appreciate your bill as well. It's well thought out and will make our export control process much stronger. And it did pass in your absence, but you know. Any further discussion? Mr. Baer is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the ANS to H.R. 8566, a bipartisan bill designed to make sure the United States remains committed to Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations, and commend Mr. Wilson as well as you, Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Davidson.
I thank the chairman, and I think the format that we actually have a chance to debate amendments like this. I wish we had a better way to do it, but I'm strongly opposed to this. I mean, we're on the 75th anniversary of NATO, and people are talking about what the future should be, and I understand a lot of our colleagues want NATO to expand, and every piece of the continent of Europe and as much of Asia as they could also include into NATO, they'd like it to do. And they don't just want NATO, they want European Union accession. If you look at the conflict underway in Ukraine today, yes, Ukraine is a sovereign country, and yes, they were unjustly invaded by Putin. But the crux of the fight is about, is Ukraine going to be part of NATO or not? And there's some concern about the European Union. Frankly, things started devolving in Ukraine in 2013 when Poroshenko decided that he'd rather cut a trade deal with Moscow than with the European Union. That led to a regime change and lots of other policy changes in the country of Ukraine. And I think it's great that NATO and Europe and the United States of America have people from all over the world that want to be part of our countries, of our systems of governance, and frankly want us to fight their wars for them or to fund them. They would love to draw us into conflicts. As the Europeans have found as members of NATO, we've got an open checkbook, and in order to sustain this empire, we're willing to pay for the security of most of the world. We seem to find scarcity when we get to the continent of Africa. We seem to find scarcity when we look at our own Western hemisphere, whether it's our border where we can't even fund border security in our own country, or if we want to establish what was historically the Monroe Doctrine and have a particular emphasis on security here in the Western Hemisphere. But when it comes to Europe's security, we got an open checkbook. It's very disappointing that we're not having a more thoughtful approach to this than just trying to airdrop these kinds of things in. And you can see the room. Not everyone here. So I want to highlight that, look, in February of 1951, General Dwight Eisenhower, someone no one accused of being an isolationist, he was also the first Supreme Commander of NATO. He had been the five-star general that led to victory in Europe and, frankly, World War II holistically. Became President of the United States. In 1951, he says, if in 10 years, all American troops stationed in Europe for national defense purposes have not been returned to the United States, then this whole project, speaking of NATO, has failed. We won the Cold War. We had great success in the Cold War. And rather than celebrating that success, we decided that we're going to press the advantage. We wanted to expand NATO. And look, when the Cold War was going on, we did. We had the 12 founding members 75 years ago in 1949. And perhaps in a recognition of realism, not idealism, Greece and Turkey don't get along. No secret. Their cultures, their histories, their religions, all kinds of things have had conflict in the most aggressive ways possible. But they decided to come together against a common enemy, the Soviet Union. They would work together. That was realism. Think how much the mission has changed. I mean, we kept the mission focused all the way up until we won the Cold War, but then in 1999, despite assurances in 1990 that not 1 inch eastward would NATO expand. That was James Baker, but also Helmut Kohl, who became Chancellor of Germany, not just West Germany, but the unified Germany. He said NATO shouldn't continue to expand, but it did. In 1999, we had Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland. Then in 2004, Bulgaria, which certainly isn't a reformed economy. It isn't really the same kind of economy you would think of as European Union, but got to include them. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia. In 2009, we added Albania and Croatia. In 2017, we added Montenegro. I challenge everyone to pick out on a map in a moment's notice, particularly people aren't on Foreign Affairs Committee, North Macedonia in 2020. And in 2023, Finland and Sweden decided, yeah, count us in, because effectively we've built the European Defense Force. And America's footing the bill. I couldn't be more opposed to this bad idea.
Gentlemen, let me just say I appreciate the gentleman's thoughtful debate and spirit of debate. And these are not just perfunctory exercises. We need to have thoughtful discussions. And certainly as NATO is here for the summit, this is a really worthwhile discussion. And also, I agree with you on the Monroe Doctrine. I really think we're losing in our backyard to great extent. And I think this committee, I'd be happy to work with the gentleman on that as well. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Michael McCall and Ranking Member Greg Meeks. And thank you, Congressman Ami Bera. And grateful to be here with Congresswoman Susan Wall and even Dean Phillips, that we have bipartisan support for this legislation. I'm grateful for the inclusion of H.R. 8566, the Bipartisan Megabarri Act, in support of the tremendous people of the nation of Georgia. And I appreciate the comments by Ambassador Congresswoman Ann Wagner. She's going between multiple meetings, but she was able to keep her thought process to make it very clear that we support the people of the nation of Georgia. The Georgian people have made it clear they want to live in a free and democratic Georgia. War criminal Putin has illegally occupied Georgian sovereign territory since 2008. That is their South Ossetia and Abkhazia. And this was done by war criminal Putin. It was not inspired by any other alliance. I visited the Georgian town of Gori, and I saw firsthand the illegal Putin forces. I am also been very impressed in visiting the capital of Tbilisi, what wonderful people there are. And then I have 4 sons who've served overseas, and they served with Georgian troops, and we found that they were very courageous and very capable. In response to the determination of the Georgian people, the Georgian Dream enacted a Russian-style duplicitous law that allows for arbitrary arrest and detainment and criminalization of free speech. Sadly, the Putin foreign agent legislation was actually initiated first to oppress the people of Russia. War criminal Putin promotes this betrayal as he seeks to restore the failed Soviet empire to benefit the oligarchs. Putin is trying to reestablish the failed Soviet empire, and American people, most people recognize that. And we see it where first he maintained troops in Moldova, then he invaded Georgia, and then he invaded Ukraine while threatening Armenia, Estonia, and all former Soviet republics. Americans remember World War I, World War II. Foreign wars became world wars, as we need to stand firm for peace through strength, as has been established by Ronald Reagan. And we know that Megabari, this particular bill, means friend in Georgian. And the Megabari Act is offered in the spirit of friendship that the United States has long held toward the nation of Georgia. I was inspired to actually visit joint exercises of troops from the National Guard of the state of Georgia and the nation of Georgia and the State Partnership Program. The act provides for sanctions against those who undermine Georgian sovereignty while highlighting a positive vision for U.S.-Georgian relations and an offer to restore Georgian transatlantic path. The bill also includes provisions to help ensure that the upcoming Georgian elections will be free and fair. I'm grateful to work closely with our fellow friends of Georgia of the Helsinki Commission, particularly Senators Jean Shaheen and Ranking Member Jim Risch. Support for the people of Georgia is bipartisan and bicameral. It is critical that this bill becomes law before the October elections in Georgia, where the future of Georgia will be decided, and we shouldn't let it be determined by war criminal Putin. Now more than ever, it is critical to send a strong message to our friendship and support and ensure that every Georgian understands that we stand with them in support of their sovereignty. War criminal Putin should not be allowed to restore the failed Soviet empire for oligarchs, as he seeks to do with the war in Ukraine, his attacks on Moldova, and his attempts to undermine democracy in Georgia, Armenia, Estonia, and Poland. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8566 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 837, reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 837, reaffirming the ties between the United States and the Philippines. Whereas the United States...
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. Moylan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Minority Leader. And as co-chair of the U.S.-Philippines Friendship Caucus, I urge my membership here, our committee, to vote to pass Resolution 837, expressing our support for our friends in the Philippines. Now, this resolution reaffirms the 1951 U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty that provides a strong foundation for our robust security partnership and Pacific security at large. With the tensions in the South China Sea rising every day, reiterating the United States' unwavering commitment to the Philippines should an armed attack be launched against the Filipino assets is important. As Philippine President Marcos has repeated frequently, U.S. commitment to this treaty and support for Filipino security is fundamental to keeping the Indo-Pacific free and stable. In the Indo-Pacific, the People's Republic of China continues to expand its presence and threat campaign. On July 3rd, the Chinese Coast Guard anchored two 541-foot vessels just 80 miles away from Palawan, a Filipino island. This intimidation method and other examples of escalating naval presence represents a complete disregard for international law and the sovereignty of the Philippines. Now more than ever, Filipinos within the United States and abroad are in dire need of our support. For Guam, this issue is personal. In the areas of cultural, commerce, and family, Guam is intertwined with the Philippines. In the gravest of scenarios, a PRC attack on any country within the first island chain, like the Philippines, will likely yield an attack on Guam. As a representative and as a citizen of somewhere within the China's maritime reach, I hope you, my colleagues, all support and recommit to our ally and vote in favor of this resolution. And
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further
Mr. Chairman,
discussion?
I'm sorry. May I extend just a little bit, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of in line, and not really on my resolution, but in line of the freedom in the Indo-Pacific area. Because today we're celebrating the 80th celebration of our Guam Liberation Day. And I'd just like to invite you and my members, my colleagues here, to come on down and have a little celebration at the Nancy Pelosi's conference room in the Canyon Building in celebration of our freedom for the United States, what it has done for Guam, the liberation of Guam, 80 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd be delighted to attend if we're finished with this markup. And I also want to congratulate the gentleman on his first piece of legislation, and it's a very worthy one in support of the Philippines. And Guam is certainly a beautiful island. I've been there before. Any further discussion? Mr. Berra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this timely measure by Delegate Moylan and Representative Bobby Scott because the U.S.-Philippines alliance is critical to the U.S. interests in a free and open Indo-Pacific region. The Philippines holds a special place in the heart of the United States as an ally for over 7 decades. There is no more urgent moment to reinforce the bonds between our nations. Tensions are escalating in the South China Sea, with the PRC intensifying its interference with Philippine supply and fishing vessels, including dangerous maneuvers and the shooting of lasers and water cannons. Beijing's flagrant disregard for international rules, even those it has long benefited from, is evident in its unlawful maritime claims across the West Philippine Sea and the broader South China Sea. These actions directly threaten the sovereignty of the Philippines as a nation and the prosperity of its people. Just last month, we saw the PRC continue to escalate their provocative and irresponsible actions when a Chinese Coast Guard vessel with servicemen wielding machetes and other weapons collided with a Philippine supply boat and seized their firearms, injuring 1 Filipino soldier. In the face of these escalatory actions, the U.S. commitment to the Philippines through our Mutual Defense Treaty is unwavering. Such provocations only escalate an already volatile situation, and I call on my colleagues to join me in condemning the PRC's dangerous actions that threaten Philippine vessels in the South China Sea. It is also critical that we continue to expand defense cooperation, conducting more joint patrols with the Philippines in the South China Sea and coordinating with our partners and allies in the region to ensure freedom of navigation and overflight. That's why I applaud the Biden administration for hosting the first ever U.S.-Japan-Philippines Trilateral Summit in April of this year to bolster trilateral cooperation towards our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. As President Biden reaffirmed, our alliance with the Philippines remains ironclad. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and again, it's a good bill.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution. Oh, Ms. Wild is ready.
No, I have an amendment. No.
Okay. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Ms. Wild.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk shall report. Distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HRES 837 offered by Ms. Wild of Pennsylvania. Page 3, line 11, strike and.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to House Resolution 837, and I hope Mr. Boylan's invitation is open to the whole committee. If so, I accept. I thank the majority for working with my office on the amendment language and coming to an agreement. While I recognize this resolution's efforts to reaffirm the United States' commitment to meeting our treaty obligations and countering the aggressive actions of the PRC in the region, I think it is equally critical to recognize the need for the Philippine government to uphold democratic institutions, human rights, and the rule of law. Since I began serving in Congress, I have worked to fundamentally change our policy toward the Philippines. As the sponsor of the Philippine Human Rights Act, I have met with labor organizers facing the constant threat of arbitrary detention, the horrific campaigns of incitement and threats known as red tagging, and even the prospect of extrajudicial killing at the hands of state security forces or paramilitary organizations operating with impunity, all because they are working to mobilize their fellow workers to exercise their fundamental right to organize and collectively bargain. The threats facing the labor movement extend to journalists, human rights defenders, critics of the government, faith and religious leaders, and civil society activists. Under the cover of the so-called war on drugs, initiated by former President Duterte and continued by the current Marcos administration, the Philippine government has overseen a relentless campaign to intimidate the labor movement, stifle political opposition, and suppress dissent. We cannot remain silent. I submit this amendment in the wake of the tens of thousands of extrajudicial killings committed since the beginning of the Duterte presidency. In the name of all the courageous labor organizers, journalists, dissidents, members of clergy, and others who put their lives on the line in defense of their fellow citizens, and in the memory of all those, labor organizers, dissidents, and others, whose killings have gone without any degree of justice or accountability. We should not and do not need to choose between addressing threats to our collective security and standing up for fundamental principles. In fact, we cannot have a genuinely effective long-term strategy for the defense of one that excludes the other. I urge my colleagues, stand with the people of the Philippines, stand up for fundamental rights and dignity, and join me in adopting this amendment and continuing the work of shaping a policy toward the Philippines that puts human rights and human dignity first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Moylan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the Wild Amendment, with PRC harassment operations on the rise, Ms. Wild's amendment offers a meaningful addition to this resolution. To commit to the defense of our Indo-Pacific partners is a commitment to the proliferation and fundamental democratic principles. I'd like to support Ms. Wild's amendment as it reinforces the idea that secure Pacific is one that respects the rule of law and human rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Berra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. In their joint statement last year, President Biden and President Marcos expressed a need for our nations to ensure respect for human rights and the rule of law. I believe that our alliance will be stronger if our democracies are stronger and based on the bond of shared values. So I support this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Wild, number 42. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment 37 at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HRES 837 offered by Mr. Bear of California. In the 9th clause of the preamble, strike "and" at the end. In the 10th clause of the
Without objection,
preamble.
further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it short. This is a great bill that Representative Moylan and Scott have offered. My amendment just updates the underlying resolution on events that have occurred since its introduction and adds a clause calling on the People's Republic of China to cease its aggressive and dangerous actions against Philippine vessels in the South China Sea. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank Mr. Barrett for offering his amendment to the resolution, and I wholeheartedly support his amendment as it addresses a critical issue. PRC's vessels have increased their operations near the Philippine shores and continue to put service members and civilians at risk with their aggressive maritime tactics. The additional inclusion of the U.S., Philippine, and Japanese trilateral cooperation also highlights an important area of the Indo-Pacific unity that should be present in this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Barrett, number 37. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 161.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HRES 837 offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Page 3, line 11, strike "and" at the end. Page 3, line 16.
Without objection,
strike-
further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank you, Mr. Moylan. This is a great resolution. I think it's very thoughtful and incredibly timely, right on the tip of the spear in terms of where we should be focused right now. I just have this offered in a spirit of alignment with, frankly, our Constitution. And look, as principled as it is to say that no foreign agreement should trump the requirements of the U.S. Constitution, it's also pragmatic. You know, if you look at NATO, people will commonly cite Article 5, which is kind of the mutual defense clause, where we come to the aid if one country's attacked, we consider it an attack on all of us. But they tend to neglect Article 11, which says, consistent with the constitutional processes of each member country. And that's just realism. That's the reality of what would happen in our own country, or at least what should through the courts and our laws. And I think we found a bipartisan consensus, and I hope, Mr. Moylan, you can support it as well. It's intended to strengthen it and make it, fully executable should the need arise. And with that, I would encourage everyone to support the amendment and the overall bill as amended.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Let me say I support this amendment as well. And there being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson, number 161. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report HRS 837 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 554, affirming the nature and importance of the support of the United States for the religious and ethnic minority survivors of genocide in Iraq. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 554, affirming the nature and importance of the support of the United States for the religious and ethnic minority survivors of genocide in Iraq.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the James Amendment in the nature of substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to recognize, of course, how this got here. Congresswoman Slotkin wrote this resolution, and I got it to a vote as a subcommittee chair on HFAC. This is a sterling example of bipartisan action on what Michiganders agree is a nonpartisan issue, standing by the Chaldean people at home and abroad. This resolution expresses the support of the U.S. House of Representatives for the restoration of the rights and dignities given to religious and ethnic minority communities in Iraq. That includes the restoration of religious and cultural sites such as churches and community buildings. Our hope is that this message coming from this markup today reaches the highest levels within the Iraqi government in Baghdad in knowing that the United States stands by the Chaldean community. The Iraqi Constitution enshrines equal and inclusive representation for religious and ethnic minority groups in Iraq. Untrustworthy actors, many aligned with Iran, are using these rights to undermine the Christian minority community today. In Michigan's 10th Congressional District, religious liberties are not only deeply personal to our vibrant Chaldean community, but also to many of our fellow Catholic and Christian brothers and sisters that see this right as an essential cornerstone of a free and prosperous society. This resolution is a long time coming, and I really, really appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Meeks for helping me bring this forward. It means a great deal to the Chaldean Iraqi Christians throughout the state of Michigan and across the country, and in particular in Iraq, who are fighting for and advocating for these rights each and every single day. Mr. Chairman, I applaud your leadership. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Let me say I strongly support this resolution. I appreciate the gentleman bringing it forward. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Mr. Bear is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support this resolution from Representative Slotkin, which rightfully and critically brings attention to the contributions of and suffering endured by religious and ethnic minority groups in Iraq. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? There being no further discussion on the resolution, committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I now move that the committee report HRES 554 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 1328, recognizing the actions of the Rapid Support Forces and allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan against non-Arab ethnic communities as acts of genocide. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 1328, recognizing the actions of the Rapid Support Forces and allied militias in the Darfur region of Sudan against non-Arab ethnic
Without objection,
communities.
first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, I've spoken before the full committee time and time again to bring attention to the crises ongoing on the African continent. Today, Sudan is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, with close to 9 million people internally displaced. 25 million people are experiencing acute food insecurity, with over 700,000 people on the verge of famine, including regions of Darfur. While the official death toll is approximately 15,000 since the civil war began in April 2023, most estimate that the actual figure is closer to 150,000 people dead. Refugees are scattered around the region and contributing to immigration crises all over the world as civilians flee escalating violence by the warring parties, the Rapid Support Forces, RSF, and the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF. As the war continues to unfold, an abundance of evidence points to genocide being committed by the RSF against the Masalit and likely against other non-Arab ethnic communities, black communities as well. In West Darfur, the RSF has systematically targeted the Masalit ethnic group. From April to June 2023, up to 15,000 people were killed in a series of coordinated attacks. Survivors reported being targeted explicitly because they were Masalit, according to a report compiled by the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. The RSF have attacked, burned, destroyed homes, entire villages, IDP camps, and shelters that primarily hosted the Masalit people. Shortly after he publicly decried the ongoing genocide, calling for international intervention to protect the remaining population, the governor of West Darfur was executed by the RSF. My resolution will formally declare the atrocities committed by the Rapid Support Forces and allied militia as acts of genocide. For too long, the world has stood by complicit as we watch history repeat itself as external actors, including the UAE, Russia, and Iran, fuel this fight without repercussion. In 2003, the government of Sudan and its proxies, Janjaweed militia, explicitly targeted the non-Arab black Fur, Zagawa, and Masalit ethnic communities through mass killings, forced displacement, razing of villages and cropland, widespread rape, aerial bombings of civilians, and blocking of humanitarian assistance. Today, RSF formed out of elements of Janjaweed militia are using the exact same playbook. In 2004, it was Congress who took the lead to bring attention to these atrocities with the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 467 and Senate Concurrent Resolution 133 in the 108th Congress, declaring the atrocities occurring in Darfur as a genocide. Then, President George W. Bush's administration followed by declaring genocide in Darfur in September 2004. Despite hundreds of thousands of U.S. forces on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Bush administration did not ignore the plight of the Sudanese people. President Biden, what's your excuse? Today, Ukraine gets billions and Gaza gets a peer, but because the Sudanese are nearly white, nor have a vital diaspora, which represents a key voting bloc for the president, the Sudanese people, the black Sudanese people, get crickets. Do Black Lives Matter, Mr. President? Or do you only care about their votes in election years? Act now and work with Congress to hold every actor in this genocide accountable for their atrocities against black Africans. For now, Congress will take the lead again. The Senate introduced bipartisan resolution, and today we're considering HRES 1328, the bipartisan House version. I've spoken to the State Department and our intelligence resources. The evidence is clear. The RSF's actions unequivocally amount to genocide and must be declared as such. I also call on the SAF, the RSF, and their backers to immediately cease violence and bring to an end this devastating war, or you will be held accountable. The Sudanese people cannot afford a delay as lives hang in the balance today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Let me say I thank you for bringing this resolution. I strongly support. It's been over a year since fighting first broke out in Khartoum and throughout Sudan. The war in Sudan has created a heartbreaking humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian workers have been killed and more than 7 million people have been displaced, including 3 million children. There are reports of widespread rape and sexual violence, as well as war crimes and crimes against humanity and ethnic cleansing. Much, if not all, has been at the hands of the Rapid Support Forces, also known as the Janjaweed, and its allied militias targeting the non-Arab Sudanese. This past April, at the 1-year anniversary of the conflict, Ranking Member Meeks and I, along with Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Cardin and Ranking Member Risch, sent a letter to the administration requesting that they examine the RSF actions, and if they are guilty of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. Since we sent that letter, the violence has only increased. We want the world to know that the United States Congress stands together in our outrage of the genocidal actions by both the Janjaweed as well as their enablers. And we must also send a clear message that the Congress condemns the Sudanese armed forces who are guilty of acts of war and other atrocities. The United States must use all of its diplomatic might to pressure both sides to cease this war and hand over power to the people of Sudan. As millions face violence, famine, and ethnic targeting in Darfur region in Sudan, it is time the body speaks with a unified voice that genocide and ethnic cleansing will not be tolerated. And with that, I yield, and I recognize Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this resolution because we must call greater attention to Sudan, which is experiencing ongoing violence and atrocities as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. Let me emphasize that again, the world's largest humanitarian crisis. It is appalling that so many millions of people are suffering in Sudan without a greater outcry from around the world. So I applaud this bipartisan resolution and wholeheartedly support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H-Res 1328 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. None being heard, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up House Joint Resolution 164, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to revision of firearms license requirements. The joint resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the joint resolution.
HJ Res 164, providing congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the Rule submitted by the Department of Commerce relating to the revision.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the joint resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the joint resolution? The gentleman from California is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose HJ Res 164. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Green is acknowledged for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. And I'd like to submit into the record this letter from the Firearm Industry Association from their President, Lawrence Keene. So ordered.
Without objection.
On October 27, 23, without any warning, clarification, or justification, the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security unilaterally paused the issuance of renewal of numerous export licenses for firearms, ammunition, and related materials. BIS officials assured this pause would only last 90 days. That was a lie. American businesses were left completely in the dark for over 200 days, unable to fulfill contracts and forced to lay off employees. I grilled Undersecretary Alan Estevez about this irresponsible pause when he came before this committee, and all he did was deflect and again give false testimony. BIS's cavalier decision to put these business owners at risk of losing everything they've worked to build is disgraceful. Following the pause, BIS issued an interim final rule that is having a devastating effect for American firearms and ammunition manufacturers and exporters. Among other problematic provisions, this IFR makes gun export licenses only valid for 1 year instead of 4. As a result of this rule, backlogs for licenses will skyrocket, forcing BIS to review 16,600 applications a year, more than double its current caseload. These 16,600 applications will now be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, leaving firearm exporters at the mercy of anti-gun bureaucrats. And let's not forget BIS's decision to revoke the licenses of businesses because they export to one of the now banned 36 countries. This punitive and predatory action against these law-abiding businesses shows that just how far the Biden administration is willing to go to enact its anti-gun agenda. This new rule even targets hunters and competitive marksmen traveling overseas by restricting what firearms they can take and where they can travel. While BIS claims that these changes will not significantly impact the industry, a comprehensive economic analysis performed by the National Shooting Sports Foundation estimates that this IFR will cost the industry $500 million per year, a devastating effect. BIS claims that this IFR is necessary to stop international gun crimes, but it has no evidence to back this claim up. In fact, a 2022 Government Accounting Office report concludes the opposite. According to the GAO, existing data on international gun crimes was insufficient to warrant any permanent changes. In fact, the GAO repeatedly notes that the firearms used in international gun crimes are overwhelmingly sourced through illegal markets working across porous borders and through theft. As the Biden Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives has admitted, less than 1% of firearms lawfully exported from the U.S. were associated with an international gun crime. In other words, Biden is barking up the wrong tree. It's clear that as long as there is a booming black market for guns, restricting the legal sale of firearms won't stop international gun crimes, but it will keep law-abiding citizens from being able to protect themselves against criminals. It will also cede control of this market to bad actors, including countries like Russia and China, and it will put Americans who are employed in this industry out of work. At every step of this process, BIS has left American exporters out to dry. As Adam Naylor, president of Outdoorsman Precision Manufacturing in Salina, Tennessee said, quote, "Our business was forced to close last month with over $1 million in open orders that were either put on hold or completely canceled as our OEM customers' sales declined during the BIS pause." He went on to say that this pause and now IFR has resulted in 8 jobs lost in his distressed tiny community, $600,000 in hard cash investments, $1 million of unsecured loans unable to be repaid, and $1.5 million of capital equipment surrendered to the banks. This is just one story out of thousands. The congressional mandate for the Department of Commerce is simple: foster, promote, and develop the foreign and domestic commerce, the mining, manufacturing, and fishery industry of the United States. In other words, the department must facilitate commerce, not hinder it. Not only is this IFR unnecessary, it's devastating to the industry and will only make international gun crimes worse. With over 90 co-sponsors, my Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval would overturn this disastrous IFR and put American firearms exporters first. I strongly urge my colleagues on the committee to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Abo has been acknowledged for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our committee, we often talk about exporting American values and defending American interests abroad. And yet today, we're considering a joint resolution that does just the exact opposite. It undermines our foreign policy interests and threatens our national security. Should it become law, the U.S. would once again export our most uniquely American problem: school shootings. This is not an exaggeration by any means. I'm not being an alarmist. In fact, it has already happened. In October 2022, a gun legally exported out of the United States was used in a mass shooting at a preschool in Thailand. 36 people lost their lives, including more than 20 children. How does this not infuriate every member of this committee? Federal law enforcement concluded that during the previous administration, nearly 11% of guns recovered at international crime scenes were lawfully exported from the United States. Again, lawfully. Thankfully, the Department of Commerce took steps to correct this by thwarting the diversion and misuse of exported guns. But today, our Republican colleagues are trying to undo this life-saving progress. You're saying yes to once again spreading the cancer of American gun violence all across the world. Make no mistake, this joint resolution would fuel crime, regional instability, and political violence abroad. It would throw gasoline on the fires of violence and turmoil that force millions to flee their homes and seek a better life in the United States. To my Republican colleagues, you can't honestly claim that this rule infringes on the Second Amendment. This rule doesn't even concern gun possession in the United States. It's about exporting guns abroad. Exporting guns without sufficient checks and guardrails will only make us, our allies around the world, all of those in the global community, less safe. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this dangerous legislation. We must act. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Davis is acknowledged 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Wow, I can't believe what I just heard from my colleague on the other side of the aisle. I applaud Mr. Green's resolution. I think it should be common sense. The status quo was that we export our weapons. And the problem is that the administration's decided, well, if I can't do gun control in America because the Constitution's in the way, let me do gun control everywhere else I can. What a shame. Mr. Green highlighted the problems this is causing for hardworking Americans all over the economy, people that have put their capital to risk in our economy. And you talk about what's distinctly American. The right to life is critical, and because of that, the right to protect your life is there, and we do it with firearms in our country, and people around the world want to be able to do it. When did the Biden administration implement this rule? Right after 10/7, when Hamas attacked Israel. And the surge for demand for firearms, they didn't just attack, it's a massacre. People asleep in their homes. Young people at a concert. Where in America, some people would be armed. The right to keep and bear arms. And they have these protections in other places in the world, and they want the firearms to be able to protect themselves. They ought to be able to buy them if they're consistent with the laws of their country. And we make them in abundance here in America, and we make them very good. They're well-crafted, high-quality weapons. They work when you need them to. They save lives in the right hands. And that's the business of the countries that let them be imported. Our country ought to not get in the way of the export. Everyone ought to get behind this amendment. I hope it's bipartisan. What a shame what this Biden administration is doing to the people of Israel and others around the world that just want to be safe. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Green.
Thank the gentleman, and I just want to say, Biden's administration's ATF is the one that says this is not a legal export problem. It's the smuggling of guns that's causing this illegally. And in fact, the biggest source of the diversion of firearms to the black market are government and military stockpiles. This, according to the ATF, under Biden. The guns are going to get there. The bad guys are going to find another way. Our State Department really regulates these exports very heavily. Why not have that instead of Russia and China supplying these guns? Why empower people who are nefarious with more revenue from the sale of guns that we could sell created from the United States? It's a great example of flawed Democrat thinking. They're fine with an open border that puts billions of dollars into the hands of drug cartels smuggling humans through the area. Apparently, they're okay letting other manufacturers export nefariously. I say we put them out of business. Green New Deal, all this stuff about, oh, well, we're going to shut down the U.S. oil and gas industry. Oh, wait a minute. We actually are 47% cleaner than all the other places across the planet. Why don't we ramp ours up and put them out of business if we really cared about the climate? This is just ridiculously flawed thinking. We got to pass this bill, and that will create a safer world. I yield.
The gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the joint resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.J. Res. 164 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1425, the No-WHO Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1425 to require any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly to be subject to Senate ratification.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. Ohio, I try not to say that four-letter word in public, is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Davidson.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan. And of course, we have friendly rivalries on the football field, but we love our neighbors who share Lake Erie so closely and so much else, every other day except when Ohio State's supposed to beat Michigan.
Supposed to be.
Look, this is an important bill. Mr. Tiffany isn't on the committee of jurisdiction. I'm carrying this bill for Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin. It's a thoughtful bill. It does what we're supposed to do in this branch. I get that a lot of this functions almost like a parliamentary system, but we don't have a parliament where everything's supposed to be based on party. So because the administration wants something, the party in power lines up behind them, even if there are other problems there, which we all know there are. Article 1 of the Constitution gives us jurisdiction on treaties, and when one administration enters into an agreement that intends to bind that administration, that's one thing. But when you enter into an agreement that's supposed to bind future policy and future administrations, there's a process for that. It's called a treaty. And that's what this bill does. It says that if you intend this to be something that's actually binding on the United States of America, it would require that any convention or agreement or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly that would be subject to Senate ratification. That's what our Constitution says. That's the oath we swore to defend. I urge all of our colleagues to support this common sense piece of legislation authored by Mr. Tiffany and co-sponsored by many of our colleagues. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Sherman is recognized for 5 minutes.
In opposition to this bill, and will address some remarks that majority staff has put together and that I endorse. This bill would undermine a historic opportunity to reach a pandemic accord agreement among the 124 World Health Organization member states, which I should add should be 195, including Taiwan. While Senate ratification followed by presidential signature is the formal process by which treaties are ratified under the U.S. Constitution. A U.S. President has the authority of acceding to an international or multilateral agreement through executive action alone without the advice and consent of the Senate. If, in fact, I might want to point out that the vast majority of U.S. international agreements are approved via executive action rather than formal Senate approval. This measure is a naked attempt to hamper our multilateral diplomatic efforts to reach a pandemic accord agreement that builds on the lessons that we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, a process that has already faced an avalanche of mis- and disinformation. In May, the entire Republican Senate caucus voiced their opposition to U.S. negotiations to reach a pandemic accord agreement, citing unfounded claims that the agreement would harm U.S. sovereignty. To be clear, the draft pandemic agreement advances global health security without impacting U.S. national sovereignty. The draft agreement explicitly states that it does not give the WHO any power to dictate any specific policy to member nations, and that member states may implement policies according to their sovereign laws. Mr. Meeks has told me that he was proud to lead a letter to the U.S. mission in Geneva with a number of our colleagues expressing strong support for the World Health Organization intergovernmental negotiating bodies, that's the INB's, efforts to reach a pandemic accord. We are standing on the precipice of history to learn from the botched global response to COVID-19, and we need to do better. I should point out that much of the world's response to COVID-19 was as well thought through as you could expect, given that this was a completely new pathogen. And it's hard for a society to know how to respond to something that is so threatening and so unprecedented. As Mr. Meeks has said, to ensure the world is better prepared to respond to future health emergencies, we must institute a strong global framework that secures our national sovereignty and strengthens national health security. The draft pandemic accord agreement currently being negotiated helps coordinate a global response to public health threats, strengthens the global health workforce, improves distribution of medical countermeasures, and provides funding for WHO members to improve response capacity. The draft agreement also will enhance transparency and information sharing among WHO members, which is critical to better understanding of emerging pathogens that have pandemic potential. The next pandemic is not a matter of if, but when. We must get the pandemic accord done, as it could prove essential to saving American lives. For these reasons, I oppose the measure, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Davison is acknowledged.
I thank the chairman. Look, our colleagues don't agree uniformly. I hope most of them agree. Mr. Sherman clearly doesn't, but look, this pandemic, his charge is that the pandemic agreement doesn't infringe U.S. sovereignty, but the drafted legislation of the pandemic agreement calls for, quote, common but differentiated responsibilities as it pertains to prevention, preparedness, and response. Ambassador Pamela Hamamoto released a statement regarding this issue stating, quote, we do not support common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities. This concept is not appropriate in the context of pandemic PPR. This language directly counters United States sovereignty and should be reviewed and debated before the Senate before it's agreed to by the United States of America. We've seen problems where we have language like this that really does matter in the Paris Climate Accord as an example, where one administration wants to force it on us and the other is like, no, we're not going to sign up for that. We're not going to pay extra for everyone else to comply with things. We want to weigh in. That's why it's really important for this body to come together and say, what do we actually agree to? We don't agree to this. We clearly don't. And the Biden administration doesn't care. In fact, on other issues, they're trying to Trump-proof NATO now, Trump-proof the policies in Ukraine. Those kinds of things need to go through the treaty process. The charge is that the pandemic agreement with the World Health Organization is a good thing, and it would help the world and vulnerable countries. The reality is the pandemic agreement utilizes the term developing countries, which is what the People's Republic of China is considered to be by the United Nations and the World Health Organization. Are you kidding me? The second largest economy in the world, with maybe the second most lethal military in the world, the labs where the Wuhan virus are suspected to have been created. This agreement would give preferential status to China over the United States. This agreement and the United Nations must be clear and more concise as what exactly constitutes a developing country. And it clearly can't include China. I mean, the charge is that the pandemic agreement is critical to our national security, but the reality is this agreement would give preferential status to China due to its status as a, quote, developing country. It says, quote, recognizing that the protection of intellectual property rights is important for the development of new medical products, and recalling that intellectual property rights do not and should not prevent member states from taking measures to protect public health, and further recognizing concerns about the effects of intellectual property rights on pieces. Look, we're going to cede property rights. In doing so, we'd be handing over America's intellectual property, what we're bound to protect, to countries that our Congress have collectively decided are threats to our national security. This provision alone poses a grave threat to national security, and it would have a chilling effect on U.S. innovation and, frankly, participation with the agreement. The pandemic agreement is supposed to not increase cost to taxpayers, but the reality is in this agreement, developed countries like the United States would be obligated to foot the bill in the event of a pandemic. Article 4, 5, 6, 7, and 19 all have language reiterating this fact. It is not the responsibility of the United States taxpayers to pay for any agreement that does not represent their interests. And it would have to go through a constitutional process, which is exactly what this agreement should go through. Ratification by the Senate. This is why it's vital that we allow the agreement to be considered in the Senate and to provide them with representation as the Constitution says. Additionally, the United States has already provided $250 million to the World Bank's Pandemic Fund in 2023 alone, and $200 million provided in 2022. The administration has signaled further spending in the hundreds of millions of dollars in the coming years. We shall see. I'm not sure we can trust the administration with those dollars. That's why we have a separate appropriations process. Additionally, the World Health Organization broke the trust of the American people with how they've handled COVID-19. So let's have a proper review of it in the United States Senate with a treaty process, with debate, as provided by our Constitution. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion on this bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1425 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Mr. Chair, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7025, the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7025 to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2026. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Yes. Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
You catch your breath? You have a couple seconds?
Oh, okay. Thank
All
you.
right, outstanding. Mr. Smith, gentleman from New Jersey, is acknowledged for 5 minutes.
Track. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman McCall and certainly you and the ranking member for arranging to have H.R. 7025 considered today. It is a bill that reauthorizes the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or the acronym is USCIRF, for an additional 2 years through September 30th, 2026. Congress, for the record, has regularly authorized the USCIRF through clean 2-year reauthorizations. The bill contains the previous, continues that practice. Just a little brief background. USCIRF was first enacted in 1998 as part of the International Religious Freedom Act. It was Frank Wolf's landmark legislation that created our whole-of-government effort to combat religious persecution and to promote religious freedom. I chaired all the hearings right here or in 2200. It was controversial at the time, but it is absolutely not controversial anymore. That's both the Commission as well as the Religious Freedom Office, which is embedded in the U.S. Department of State. The beauty of the USCIRF is that it's a good check and balance with the State Department. It provides us, the U.S. Congress, House and Senate, and by extension, the American people, amazing analysis of what's going on in country after country. They make recommendations for what we call countries of particular concern, those who have very poor practice and policies with regards to religious freedom. And very often they do carry the day because they document everything, they hold their own hearings, and they put out this tremendous resource guide every year, and of course they do supplementation to it based on need. Over 100 NGOs, I'm just reminded, have endorsed this, who are involved in the push for religious freedom all over the world. And the way the commissioners get their jobs, the leadership of the House and Senate and the president get to pick the commissioners, so there's a broad array of opinions, we really do get that diversity of opinion really makes them even sharper and more credible when they assert against whatever the administration is, that something's not being done as adequately or as effectively as it could be. The members of the commission have included members of every faith: Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus. They've all been part of this, and bottom line is they're pushing religious freedom and religious tolerance. So I do hope, Anna Eshoo is our prime co-sponsor. Anna and I have worked on religious freedom issues, Mr. Chairman, for years, on Middle East, everywhere, and I'm very proud to have her as the chief Democrat sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your passionate advocacy. I support this bill, and is there any further discussion?
I rise in support.
Mr. Sherman rises in support. Would you like to speak 5 minutes, sir?
I would indeed.
Go for it. Gentleman is recognized.
I support this measure reauthorizing the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF. I thank Mr. Smith and Ms. Eshoo for their leadership in supporting religious freedom around the world. The reauthorization of USCIRF comes amidst various conflicts around the world in which millions of people are suffering from egregious human rights violations, including the denial, repression, and persecution of individuals based on religious views. There has been a concerning trend of religious sites being targeted during armed conflicts, including in the recent civil war in Burma, Myanmar, the renewed Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the Sudanese civil war. We have also seen across the United States and globally a disturbing rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred. I am concerned that there are 96 countries with blasphemy laws criminalizing expressions insulting or offending a religious feeling or figure or symbol. And I would point out that, and I've focused on this in Pakistan and in other countries, some of these blasphemy laws provide for the death penalty and very little evidence that anyone has even done anything at all. And in fact, you often find circumstances where you have a majority religion, and in most of these 96 countries, that is the Muslim religion, where the blasphemy law is used by someone of the majority group, just points to somebody in the minority group, says that they said something contrary to the majority group's religious views, and urges their incarceration or execution. Blasphemy laws are a real threat to human rights wherever they are, particularly in Pakistan, particularly in Bangladesh, but in other places. And when I say a majority of the country, certainly a majority of the populations that live under these blasphemy laws are in majority Muslim countries. Yusuf's work shining a light on restrictions on religious freedom and religious persecution around the globe has informed members of Congress and policymakers and helped improve American foreign policy. Yusuf is also playing a critical role in documenting the People's Republic of China's crimes against Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities in its western province, where Chinese authorities continue to place hundreds of thousands, some would say over 1 million, Uyghurs in concentration camps where there are reports of torture, sexual violence, forced abortion, and forced sterilization. I want to particularly commend the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom for its work to date, but especially commend my Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for appointing my friend, Dr. Asif Mahmood, to the commission. And Dr. Mahmood's work has been outstanding, even in the few months that he has served on the commission. And I would point out that Dr. Mahmood has received more votes in an election in the United States than any other Muslim running for public office. He brings an awful lot to this commission, and I praise Hakeem Jeffries for appointing him. The right to practice religion or practice no religion is a fundamental human right that Congress has already safeguarded for the American people. The principle of religious freedom should be extended to all people, not only people who come from a particular set of religious beliefs. I support the passage of this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that committee report H.R. 7025 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7914, Accountability for Terrorist Perpetrators of October 7th Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7914 to require the imposition of sanctions on the Popular Resistance Committees and other associated entities and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, Section 1, short title.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I will have an amendment to offer, but I believe I should do preliminary discussion and then offer that amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for making this bill, the Accountability for Terrorist Perpetrators of October 7th Act, in order and bringing it up for discussion. I want to thank Congressman Kustoff, as well as Chairman McCall and Congressman Brad Schneider for joining me in introducing this legislation, and my House Foreign Affairs Committee colleagues, Lawler, Moskowitz, Costa, Salazar, and Sherfus McCormick for co-sponsoring this bill. On October 7th, Hamas carried out the most brutal massacre of the Jewish people that had occurred at any time since the Holocaust. But they did not act alone. They were joined by allied militias. One is known and that is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which the United States has long sanctioned. But Hamas was also joined by the so-called Popular Resistance Committees, despite carrying out attacks that killed American and Israeli civilians. As long ago as 2023, the Popular Resistance Committees have never been sanctioned by the United States. Today, we move to correct that error. The Popular Resistance Committees boasted about their role in the October 7th massacre of 1,200 Israelis, Americans, and others. They made these boasts on social media, issuing a statement claiming joint responsibility and grotesquely showing off items stolen from the victims. The PRC, the Popular Resistance Committees, later released a propaganda video showing a severely injured civilian, Ohad Yamoami, who the group took hostage on October 7th. It is well past time that the Popular Resistance Committees, whose members include former operatives from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, to join the ranks of U.S.'s listed designated terrorist groups. Since their formation during the Second Intifada, roughly 2 decades ago, the Popular Resistance Committees have carried out numerous terrorist attacks across Israel and the Palestinian territories. In 2003, the Popular Resistance Committees bombed a United States diplomatic convoy traveling to meet the Palestinian Fulbright candidates, injuring a U.S. diplomat and murdering 3 American security guards. Those who were killed are John Eric Branchozos of Texas, John Martin Lindy of Missouri and ultimately moved to San Antonio, Texas, and Mark T. Parson of New York. In 2004, the Popular Resistance Committee terrorists murdered a pregnant Israeli woman and her 4 daughters, an 11-year-old, 7-year-old, and 2-year-old. That is to say, an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 7-year-old, and 2-year-old daughter. Terror attacks carried out by the Popular Resistance Committees have been noted in principle, multiple State Department country reports on terrorism. My bill will finally subject the Popular Resistance Committees and their members to financial asset blocking sanctions and visa blocking sanctions, something that should have been done long ago, and will also make it illegal for Americans to provide any aid to the Popular Resistance Committees. And I note that if Popular Resistance Committees coordinate with Hamas, as they did on October 7th, to kill people, they also likely coordinate with Hamas to move money and avoid sanctions. So it's necessary for Hamas sanctions to be effective that we also sanction the Popular Resistance Committees. This is common sense legislation that should have been adopted long ago. That's why it has quickly gained 25 bipartisan co-sponsors, including 16 Democrats. Under this bill, it will be up to the State Department whether to designate the Popular Resistance Committees as either specially designated global terrorists or a foreign terrorist organization. Either of those designations will accomplish the purpose of this bill. I urge all to vote in favor of this, and I will have an amendment to make a very slight technical change.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? No. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have a manager's amendment at the desk, number 117.
Mr. Sherman is recognized. The clerk shall distribute an amendment.
As we're distributing the amendments, I'll point out that this amendment simply makes a clarifying and conforming change, probably of the same type that could have been made under the regular orders of this committee, which allows for such conforming changes, but rather than leave it to staff, this makes that conforming change.
All right, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7914, offered by Mr. Sherman of California. Page 3, line 20, strike measures described in subsection D and insert sections described in subsection C.
Do any other members seek recognition? All right. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherman, number 117. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report HR 7914 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table and staff is authorized to make any technical and confirming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HR 8934, Sanctions Sea Pirates Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
HR 8934, to require the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons engaged in piracy and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Yes, I'd like to discuss it.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm pleased to co-sponsor this bill. Over the last year, there has been a deeply concerning rise in sea piracy. And let me confirm, we are dealing with HR 8934?
Yes.
That is good. Concerning the rise in sea piracy in the Gulf of Aden, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. The problem has been dual-pronged, including Houthi attacks and a very concerning increase in Somali piracy. I especially want to focus on the attacks by the Houthi because so many misguided Americans, some of them on campuses, are chanting slogans in favor of the Houthi. I point out that what the Houthi have done is increase the costs of bringing food to some of the poorest people in the world, and this will result in many thousands of deaths that will not be registered, because if you're living on 2 meals a day, you're more likely to die than if you're living on 3 meals a day, but you die from some disease. And the Houthi will not get their fair share of the blame, and their supporters in America will not get their share of the blame. Not to mention the fact that now all ocean traffic has to go around the continent of Africa with not only very substantial delays and costs to especially those in Europe, who then will probably not be able to fund their foreign aid, but those ships going around Africa are creating far more greenhouse gases than if they were able to go through the Suez Canal. During the early 2010s, piracy off the Somali coast was an enormous problem. Innocent mariners were killed each year. Hundreds of sailors were taken hostage annually. Illicit funds supercharged the instability of Somalia. And economic estimates suggest that piracy costs rose to $18 billion on the global economy. And that's just what we saw the Somali pirates in the 2010s. It's far greater now with what the Houthi are doing along with the Somali pirates. Though we are not yet near those levels of sailors being held hostage. That is chiefly because ships are being routed around Africa with those costs, greenhouse gases, and increase in food prices in Indian Ocean countries that is leading to untold deaths of the very poorest in the world. If you hijack commercial ships, you should be sanctioned. You should not be able to come to the United States. You should not be able to have a U.S. bank account holding dollars. And any enterprise in the United States or affiliated with America should not be able to transact business with you. This is common sense deterrence. That is exactly what this bill brings to the table. The legislation also includes appropriate humanitarian exceptions and waivers for extraordinary circumstances, and it encourages the United States to continue to work with partners and allies around the world to patrol these waters, catch the criminals. Sea piracy is a global problem that imposes costs on American consumers and of consumers, particularly in Europe, with Europe's dependence to a greater extent than the United States on the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Americans transversing these, it also imposes costs on Americans and dangers on Americans who are seafarers in the Indian Ocean and off the Somali coast and in the Red Sea. This bill is important. I'm very happy to be a co-sponsor, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm proud to also be a co-sponsor. Countries across the globe, regardless of location, depend on the security of the world's oceans. Freedom of navigation, confirmed by the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, is recognized as a fundamental principle of international law. Piracy attacks are largely confined to 4 major regions: the Gulf of Aden, near Somalia and the southern entrance to the Red Sea, the Gulf of Guinea, near Nigeria and the Niger River Delta, the Malacca Strait between Indonesia and Malaysia, and off the Indian subcontinent, and between India and Sri Lanka. Maritime safety and security are vital because they represent the principal pillars upon which the global economy and the welfare of our global village greatly depend on. The transit of about 90% of world trade is facilitated through our seas, supporting the livelihood of billions. Piracy at sea is very costly in many ways. The disruption in shipping has led to long delays because it has to avoid the risk of ships being tanked and assaulted. Rerouting results in extended days at seas for weeks. Taking the risk by going through the regular routes means higher insurance premiums. These higher shipping costs are passed on to consumers through higher prices and our goods. Just this morning, the Associated Press reported that Yemen's Houthi rebels targeted a United States flagged container ship in the Gulf of Aden on Tuesday, just yesterday. According to the Joint Maritime Information Center, the number of Houthi attacks on merchant vessels in June increased to levels not seen since December. Moreover, according to the International Maritime Organization, piracy costs the global economy in excess of $18 billion per year and threatens the growth and security of international commerce. Piracy and sea robbery are seen as a growth opportunity for global criminal organization. They endanger civilians, disrupt economies, encourage corruption, and could trigger an environmental disaster if attacks occur in congested sea lanes traversed by oil tankers. Moreover, cruise ships, ferries, and cargo freighters present opportunities for terrorists to inflict human casualties and economic harm. We must eliminate piracy by holding individuals and all organized crimes groups, including the Houthis, to account. This includes sanctioning any individual or groups associated with or benefiting in any way from piracy. These individuals or groups should have their assets blocked, denied entry into the U.S. by revoking their visas. To advance development, promote prosperity and security, we and our allies must fight immediate threats to maritime security. Working together, we must keep our seas safe and free from criminal Houthi gangs and other like-minded criminals across the globe. I urge you to support this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8934 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. I think we're on to our last measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3042, the Millennium Challenge Corporation Candidate Country Reform Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3042, to modify the requirements for candidate countries under the Millennial Challenge Act of 20.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for considering this important bipartisan legislation, which I authored with our colleague on this committee, Representative Young Kim, to reform the Millennium Challenge Corporation's pool of candidate countries. When Congress established the MCC almost 20 years ago, it was envisioned as a selective agency that would work collaboratively with the best-governed developing countries. Perhaps the most visible part of MCC's rigorous selection process is its scorecard, which evaluates more than 20 different policy indicators of good governance. But Congress also set an income-based threshold for nations where MCC could work. It was intended to make sure MCC focused on developing countries and on helping the people who need it the most. I strongly support that focus, and nothing in this bill is intended to alter that core part of MCC's mission and mandate. But the way we define that threshold, based on who falls within two categories in the World Bank's estimates of per capita gross national income, has led to several issues this legislation seeks to address. In the decades since the original standard was defined, the number of potential countries eligible for MCC's compacts has shrunk by almost a third. These compacts, which need to be ratified by both the United States and the partner country, can take years to negotiate, ratify, and implement. Under the income threshold's current structure, countries can suddenly become ineligible for assistance in the middle of a multi-year negotiation. Global disruptions like a pandemic or major conflict can also lead to changes in a country's eligibility. Under this bill, the MCC would use an alternative measure from the World Bank, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development's graduation threshold. This measure, which is calculated differently than the World Bank's income categories, is more robust and considers access to capital markets and the adequacy of national institutions. Mr. Chairman, I thank you and the ranking member for your support for this legislation, and also appreciate the work of the committee staff, both in the majority and the minority, for their work as well. This bill's Senate counterpart was introduced by the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Jim Risch, and was reported out of that committee unanimously a year ago. The MCC has also identified this legislation as a priority. Given its bipartisan support in the House and Senate for this legislation and its importance, I urge my colleagues to support its swift passage at this markup.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Castro is recognized. Clerk shall distribute the Castro amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 132. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3042, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Millennium Challenge Corporation.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment in nature of substitute is fairly straightforward. It adds a required report to assess efforts by other countries, particularly the People's Republic of China, to undermine the work of the MCC. The amendment also aligns the timing of an existing report the MCC is required to submit to the Congress to allow them to streamline the information they share with the United States Congress. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in nature of a substitute. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Ms. Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3042 and support this legislation. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, or MCC, is a critical soft power tool delivering real economic growth through a competitive and transparent process that promotes democratic governance. The MCC model is to demonstrate that good governance delivers for a country's people. Signed into law in 2018, the AGOA and MCA Modernization Act enabled MCC to develop regional compacts linking upstream and downstream economic activities across borders. Expanding MCC's candidate pool will allow it to cover vulnerable upper middle income countries without incurring additional costs. This bill does not adjust any of the requirements for countries to pass the eligibility scorecard, which focus on democratic rights and control of corruption. Countries that would be added to the MCC's candidate pool through this bill include frontline countries in strategic competition with Belt and Road Initiative. This includes Belize and Paraguay in Latin America, which are both countries that maintain diplomatic relations with Taiwan, and they face significant and growing pressure from the CCP. While some countries still need to meet additional criteria to be eligible for assistance, this reform will provide a strong incentive to undertake the necessary governance and market reforms. With that, I support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Castro Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3042 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will now stand in recess and will reconvene tomorrow morning for votes. The clerk will send out a notice with the exact time and adjourn.
Without stay in recess.
Stay in recess.